Dudes, what's up? Welcome back. Today we got a pretty cool one. We have a Tesla Model Y from We're the Guys. They are a local brick paver company. They do really, really nice work, and I met them earlier last week, or a couple weeks ago now at this point. But yeah, they brought in their Model Y, so we're going to be doing that. We're going to be doing it all in ceramic with the windshield. So the lineup is going to be 50% on the windshield, and then he's going dark. We're doing 5% on all the sides and the rear. So 5% on the front, and then 20% over the rear to match it. It's going to be cool. So let me finish getting a couple little things set up. One second. Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? Matching the front windows would start at $120. Mm-hmm. I couldn't get it in today. I could do tomorrow morning, though. Yeah, we schedule all the appointments in advance, so if you want to lock something in, I can shoot you a link to our booking page. We take a $40 deposit, and it goes right towards the balance. Okay, will do. No problem. Well, that was quick. Hang on, let me get that over, and then we'll start. My headphones have to switch over, so they've been a little weird. There we go. Scheduling your...
That's cake easy 1K for sure. What you doing on that damn Tesla?
At 10 a.m. Oh, now I gotta... move an appointment. Edit. We'll say this one's 11. Save changes. There we go. That way this one. There we go. Okay, sorry. Now we can start. Of course, that's when all the fun happens, right? As soon as I go live, that's when the phone rings. Jay, Tony, Lava, Texas, Tint, Dean, how you guys doing? What are you doing on the Teslas? So this one is in line with most standard vehicles as far as everything goes. So we are 700 in ceramic for all the sides and the rear. We're not doing the roof, so that definitely changes things a little bit. I'm actually really thankful I'm not doing the roof. Tracy, how you doing? Ken, KP. How would you do a Model X with the doors that stay up and open? Carefully. I would probably leave them down, I think, right? Because those aren't frameless. I'd probably just, like, whittle myself in there or something. I actually haven't had the Model X for the back doors, just the front doors so far. But I've done the Model 3s, Model S, and then the Model Ys. Yeah, this roof is crazy. It's right up there with the Model 3s, right? It's basically oversized roll across the whole thing, shrink it on the side, and then it's just a big piece of glass and water dripping down everywhere. How's the new house? It's good. Really good. All right, let's get this camera up and running. Then we can jump into things. It's worse than the Model 3. Woo. There we go. My accountant said July down 20%. The whole economy's taking a hit. But hang in there. I think the fun's just beginning, though. Okay, there we go. There we go. That scared me for a second. I didn't change anything. Just haven't fired this thing up in a minute. So we'll make that go away. All right, we should be good once we get this mic plugged in. So this one goes here. Somebody's got to remind me to change a battery out. We'll get through the sides and the rear, and then we got to do something. We got to change a battery out when we get to the windshield of my headset, because we got to put this crazy thing on. All right, boys. And you know if it's possible to remove brown stains from glue remover on the plastic? Ooh, that I'm not sure. I've had ATR dissolve the paint off of a panel before. It was a really cheap panel, though. How have you been liking the plotter with the filed rollers? Overall, it's been really good. I haven't used it a ton. Like, we're still kind of getting into things. That's funny. I had to close this door. I had all the doors open, and then it just said guys.com. Think you'd be at a different site, probably. All right, so everything is latched, so then these doors are going to stay open. Things are going to be a little scattered in the beginning because I just got done with a class, but things are mostly back in order. So let me hunt down some sprays. We'll clean this up. We'll get things taped off, and then we'll get going. That is not it. This might be it. No, that's not it either. I think it's this stuff over here. Yep, this is going to be it. So, Model Y. I'm sure you guys have seen quite a few of these at this point. Big old frameless doors. As far as the back hatch goes, all I like to do is remove this little trim piece here. I don't like to remove most things, but it tends to pinch up against the glass depending on how they make it and the fit and everything. So we're going to remove that. And then everything else stays as is. We're just in for a big project. And then I also have I've got an Elantra coming in a little bit later today. I've heard some stuff about the new ones on those. I've heard they're surprisingly difficult for being a newer, used to be easy car. But yeah, I'm just coming back from teaching a class, so things were a little bit scattered and everything. All right, so we need 5. We're doing 5% Pro Nano. It's going to be this stuff right here. How do I share? How do you share what? Those cars are very expensive for what you get. Well, the owners definitely like them. Oh, how do you share the video? I don't know. YouTube doesn't really have a great way to share it. Like, you can copy it and share it on, like, a profile or something. But it'd be on a different platform. So, like, I don't know, Facebook or something. YouTube doesn't have a great way to do it on site, though. What do I think of Cavica? I've actually never used that. So I don't know. I just heard some stuff. Haven't used it in person. People that use it seem to like it. All right, so this is a 5%. That's kind of what I thought would happen. This is not going to be quite long enough. So we're going to have to save this one for a rainy day, do the same thing. I carry a lot of my shorter rolls in different shades. I just haven't had a big use for 5% ceramic in a short roll. So we're going to save those. I'm going to cut out another piece for this one. But we're going to cut this one out first. Just seeing if it would happen to fit. It doesn't. Been having a problem with GeoShield. Everything that I installed, backglass and windshield peels. That's weird. Because it's got a crazy tacky glue system. If anything, it sticks extra. What are you using as your slip? I don't know. I get new rolls fairly regularly. Chances are it's more the vehicle than the film. But it's weird that it would be on backglass and windshield. So either things are over shrunk or there's something there on the matrix that's not allowing it to stick. I have no idea offhand. Are you still using 7th gen? Yeah, right now. I haven't been using it for all that long though. He's super aggressive. Oh, tell me about it. The most in demand is going to be 20% in anything, whether that be carbon, ceramic, dyed. 20% is just, it's on anything and everything. From there, some people go 35 or they'll go down to 20, but more consistent than not, there's 20 in the mix somewhere. So what's funny on this is like we're doing 5, but we're doing 5% on the front doors, and then we got to layer over the back in a 20% to match. So always the 20. 20's on everything. Alright, so let's get this down. Did I change this out yet? No. Let's change this one out too. Do you like the 7th gen compared to the baby shampoo? Oh, I use it with the baby shampoo. I was looking for a sub for Dawn, and it's okay. There's just something about Dawn. It's not about making it extra soapy. It's about like creating the right type that just allows the film to glide a little bit easier on the glass. I swear, like you could use exclusively Dawn and you don't have the same effect. But for whatever reason you do with I was thinking about swapping out baby shampoo with 7th gen. I mean, you can definitely try it if there's something you don't like about baby shampoo. I don't use exclusively baby shampoo though. Let me scooch this. go. Let's touch this up. I think we'll probably just go one at a time. We might just cut and install just doors one at a time. I don't know. Usually I individually cut them all. No real issues. I use 12 ounces for 3 gallons in my keg, along with 3 ounces of Dawn. Wait, 12 ounces? Use 12? No, there's no way you use 12 ounces. That's ridiculous. That's crazy soap. I use like 3 or 4 ounces of soap total. Let me bring it back a little bit. Forgot it's got that front bit. You gotta overshoot that. Have you used all type? Yeah. Depends on your soaps and slips. They all depend on what film you're using. So all type's gonna work great for some people, and all type is gonna suck for some other people. So Geo is just very tacky. I didn't think it made things very user friendly. Stop making those notches on the front. They don't really matter because the door's never gonna be open like this. I like to try and bring it a little bit farther forward if I can though. So let me see where I'm at. Yeah, a little bit. Get around it, if anything. Slightly more right there. Just take a little bit off. All right, let's shrink this sucker. A lot more to shrink on this one. All right, where's my heat guns? What the heck? How much for a Model 3? It did $350. $350? Jesus Christ, man. So Model 3, you use an oversized roll on the back. The rest of it is, I mean, in line enough with most vehicles. It's really about the back. And if you're doing the sunroof, that's a whole nother thing. So I'll be without the windshield. I'll start them at $650. With the windshield, just think it kind of depends on the film type that they're going. But with ceramic, it's a little over $1,000. So the Model Y in comparison, this is what I charge for your basically any vehicle that I do in ceramic, because there's the windows are a little taller, they're a little bigger. but most everything is in line with, you know, regular vehicles. Like the doors might be a little oversized, but they're not crazy. It doesn't have a big piece of glass except for this roof here. Where if we look at the roof, like again, it's like the Model 3 back window as far as the roof goes. And then for the hatch, that's the part we're doing. We're just doing that little bit back there. They also darken up the roofs more than the backs anyways, because it's facing the sky. They usually have some type of a ceramic in the glass, because they realized when they shipped these things, people are baking, because all the new cars are made of glass, which is really funny. It's a good thing for us, though. Ooh, it's facing the wrong way. Sticky side is out towards me. How much do you pay for the Tyvek tape? It's about, I don't know, last I checked it was like 14 bucks a roll. I'm not as big of a fan of the Tyvek tape. I think Lowe's was a nice in-between, but I'll probably end up ordering tuck tape again. Like, we're tinters. We don't need house wrap tape to do what house wrap tape does best. We just use it as a temporary solution, so finding like the most economical one. Tyvek is like up there as expensive with everybody else's, but it seems to shred way faster. So it's a small difference, but when you're trying to remove it out of seals, sometimes it just tears into, you know, apart a couple of times. And then Lowe's jumped from like 10 bucks to 14 per roll. And I'm like, dang, Lowe's. If you're going to get free advertising on the channel, you should be more economical. What's wrong with the Tyvek? Oh, it sticks fine. It does its job fine. It's just when you have to remove it, sometimes it tears into little pieces. Not on something like this. It's when it's wrapped around the seal, and it's not every time. I've just noticed it's when you've been using as much as I have, you start to notice those little differences. In Europe, we pay $35. Oh my God. What do they call that? Highway robbery? Damn. Yeah, that's expensive. Wonder if you can get tuck tape over there. Tuck tape's like the same price now, though. Tuck tape was the more expensive one, but you can find it. It's a little bit of a wider roll, too, which was nice. Tuck tape was, how much was it a roll? It was like $14 a roll. I think they were selling more of the white, so they made the red on discount. Just those little differences. It's not a huge deal, but when you go to buy a bunch of rolls, you're like, oh, hey, here. So I got so many rolls of Lowe's tape, and then I went back in to go get some more, and inflation hit the Lowe's tape. Dang. Feels bad. Yep, it's well worth it. So the difference being, like when you don't tape the seals or you tape it with like a painter's tape likes to fall off the seals because it's not made to get wet. And it doesn't have as grippy of an adhesive. You're fighting against door panels, and door panels are kind of supposed to stay slick, so nothing really sticks to them very much. Come on. That's actually pretty good. So we're like half-half. I upped it so we're like half 7th gen and half baby shampoo. Nice. I like that. That works out well. And that slid pretty well. I just like a little extra slide because, you know, I saw it at the class too. I see it every time. Especially when you're newer to tinting and you put film on the glass and it just immediately sticks, you need to be able to slide it in place a little bit. So when your film just locks up, you feel like you're doing something wrong. You don't even realize what the problem is. Do you ever file or shave edges? Not typically. When you can cut a really good edge on the outside and line that sucker up so you can't even tell on the inside. That's where I found my sweet spot. So this corner, we're going to shave off this corner at the end. So I didn't round it perfectly here, so that's just going to tack up, and then we'll fix that later. No need, Matt's cuts are the things of legends. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. I don't know if I go that far, but hey. I don't see you doing exotic cars. No, I don't get a lot of them. My bread and butter is all mid to like high mid, some high, but yeah, I've had the opportunity to do a handful. So like McLaren, Alfa Romero, it was a DBS, an Audi R8, but it isn't an extensive library. I'd say most of that was places that I worked for, the clients that they attract, and then going to this shop. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't gotten in with that market, but I'm more than happy where I'm at. It's nice to put on your portfolio, but if I had like Porsches and Ferraris all day, I think I'd be really stressed out. That's interesting. What is that? Dust. So this turned out pretty friggin' good. Yeah, it looks nice. Somebody asked about squeegeeing. Do you always double squeegee the back window? I feel like I'm messing up when I'm doing the second squeegee. Okay, so maybe you're having a different problem than what I'm thinking about, but so I saw this at the class. The point is you want to take care of your squeegeeing very, very efficiently. So when you put a film on the glass, depending on the temperature, you know, it'll start to immediately tack up and start to dry out. So you only have a certain amount of set time. So what you want to do is really you can be a little gentle, get it tacked up, then be a little bit firmer, and then just get most of the moisture out. And then shortly after I get everything installed, I spray the window and I'll go over the entire thing. But there's enough time there and there's enough slip there to make sure that that water still has a chance to evenly move out. Now at this point, if I see like a little puddle here and I put a lot of pressure all in here, that puddle is kind of going to be locked in place or have a much harder time getting out. If it's close to the edge, I'll try it. But if I see like a handful of little water pockets or something, just don't even touch them. It'll all dry out. So at the class, what I would see is like they'd take their time installing something, and then they would kind of have a inconsistent like squeegee pattern where like you're just trying to hold everything together. So kind of like you're brooming or mopping a floor. You're not just starting in one corner and then moving to the center and then moving to this other one. It's like you're moving things from one side to the next. Or in the case of window tinting, it's nice to go in the center out, you know, and push everything closest to where it wants to leave. So if I got an air pocket here, I could just push it out here. This is shorter than moving all the way over here. But when it's really fresh, it doesn't matter as much. But when you start getting a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes in, things are going to lock up. So they'll take some air and water, and they'll have already tacked this down, and then they'll realize, oh, I got something right here, and then they'll push that over an area that they just tacked down that's been drying up. And so that'll create a big smear. It's not hard to squeegee out a window. You just want to be a little efficient about how you do it. I'm new to Geo. I really want to put this roll of film back away. Really want to know, since Geo Pro Classic, Geo C2 are pretty closely priced, how do you price those two options, say for a four-door sedan? So I actually price them relatively close too, but that all depends on your business. So I'll charge $290 starting for all the sides and the rear, and then I'm $350 for carbon. Carbon's such a good value prop. And yeah, in most cases, it's not that much more expensive. So some people just sub out a dyed film entirely for, you know, carbon and ceramic lineup. Heat reject, like I still really like Pro Classic though. It's such a good film. It's easy to work with. It looks great. It'll last forever. But it doesn't block out heat. So one of the things that I'm also conscious of is at least offering a few things that, like, you know, it's a little bit more budget friendly. So offering things that have a clear, what I would call like step up path. And working so being that I get a house, we're looking at some different things. Like we want to get a deck. And then, dude, same thing. Composite decking companies come out. They all use similar systems. What's funny is like they all use this, most of them use the same system, but some of them are like $13,000 and then some of them are like $20,000. Well, they're all installing the same product. What's the difference? The difference is always the craftsmanship that goes into it and the company that stands behind it. But even in those systems, they'll start you out with a base price. This will get you a deck. This will get you optional like gravel underneath the deck, stuff like that. And then from there, you're choosing also the finish and the quality of composite that you're getting. So they make it very simple too. They have a good, a better, and a best. It's all the same. So with window tinting, we do the same. I do the same thing. I think it's smart to do the same thing. You have clear value props of why you would want to get one over the next, or else why are people spending extra money on a film? Here, let me do this, and then I'll shift it over, and we'll do the rest. What do we do? Do I want to do it? Yeah, that's fine. I do a better, a best, and a bestest. See, that's just smart marketing right there. Like, I don't offer a good, I offer a better from the beginning. So there's a lot of ways that you can do it, but having very clear value props across the board is definitely part of the business. Yeah, so this company right here, I'm having them do a paver walkway at my house. And boy, you want to talk about a well thought out, constructed sales pitch. You go out to the showroom, super cool place. They're actually right over here too. And they'll teach you all about construction. So that was actually really fun for me to sit through. Because I take a lot of that same type of, I'm not going to do the same thing. But it's really interesting to hear other businesses pitch and stuff like that when you run your own service business. Pick up on things. All right, let's trim this one out too. What do you charge for the carbon windshields? Carbon windshields are $200. So $150 for dye, $200 for carbon, $250 for windshields. So, but the thing is, a lot of people, like, it gets a little twisted. A lot of people just look at what are you offering and how much are you charging for it. But when you're doing anything, there's business, there's quality of service, there's companies that stand behind their products to fix something. And so when you undercharge, you don't give yourself a lot of opportunity to be very good at any of those things. So especially when I was looking at different options and stuff, it's like a lot of companies are set up to get the job done and then never be there after the fact. So from a consumer standpoint, it's always hard to say definitively what that means when you haven't had the service before. But when you've had window tint or other things done, you know when you get a bad job. Shop's looking clean. Thank you. Yeah, we cleaned it up. Need to fix this top edge. Yeah, it looks really nice now. So I had Jack go through and he patched any holes and then we touched up the walls and stuff. And painted all. So now it looks, and then I had just a bunch of junk laying around. So one of the big things is like still that stuff I want to clean up, but just kind of clear the floor and then we'll figure out how we want to organize it. Oh, hang on. GoPro. Oh, Canon. Hang on, I got a client here. One sec. Oh, okay. I have somebody dropping off a car later on. So I thought it was that car being dropped off. But, so you forgot that stuff. It's good that you were able to swing back and pick it up. Yeah.
I wanted to get like a good night dress first.
Yeah.
I'm about to go to there's a Buddy's close to here, right?
Yeah, over on Norman, one that we opened, or got was I think at like near 30 Mile off of Mountain. Is where it is.
Which one? I want to go to the same one that.
I think it was 13 Mile. Yeah. So it's in Warren. So there's scattered locations, but the one in Warren is where it was.
That's south of here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Go
just
south to the map.
Yeah, it was that way.
I'm gonna get 2 pies. I'm driving straight to Jersey.
Nice. Alrighty, I gotta keep going on this one. GoPro. There we go. That's one of the students. He forgot some film, so he came by to pick it up. I have an Elantra coming in. I also posted a video. He posted a video of him shrinking a windshield on his Accord. 3 days in, never touched film, and is now shrinking windshields, which is just super cool to see something like that. How often do you use a plotter? I use a plotter sometimes once a stream or once every other stream. So a plotter is really good for stuff like if I want to do the back window, the quarter windows. Don't get me wrong, you can run your entire business off of a plotter. But I'm not looking to do just high volume work here. So one thing for me is just trying to have really accurate patterns. See ya, man. Good luck. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for coming. So the thing is, plotters have really let me down on doors. And it's mostly about the top edge. So you got to look at what I do as a whole. You can plot doors, you can weed them out, put them on the glass, shrink them, and then that's when you find out if everything matches up really nice. And I could take the time to make sure it's matched up really nice, and I could hand cut a top edge on that door off of a plotted pattern. But I just went through all the headache of cutting and weeding, all these little steps just to try and line up the top and hand cut it too. So like, if I'm a shop and I'm trying to get 10 cars done in a day, yeah, we're using plotters all day long and we're just moving through volume. But when you slow down, do more individualized work, like the time difference becomes kind of negligible at that point, and I get a better result for hand cutting it. So I pick and choose where I want to use it. On a back glass, it's great. We're not trying to line up an edge perfectly on a back window, and when you have a nice smooth cut, it looks really good. So there's times that I definitely still use it. It just doesn't fit into my day-to-day as much. But yesterday, during the class, one of the students, like we were doing his whole equinox, we got to the back window, it was nearing the end of the day, and they hadn't seen the plotter yet. And I was like, yep, let's use the plotter. So we plotted out the back window, and that made cutting it way easier, and he had already seen how to cut everything out. So he wasn't really missing anything. And they got to see the plotter firsthand, and then sure enough, messed up shrinking it. So it's like, let's go print out another one. And it's great. So I just wish there was more quality control in everybody's software patterns. I don't like when companies make a lot of excuses. So some of them are fine, and some patterns line up great, and then there's other cars in the same software that just let you down. So that's kind of a bummer. Let me get that clay bar too. I struggle to find a decent tint in the UK. Best I found for clarity is Suntac. Do you rate it? Is it worth ordering abroad or suffering the shipping cost? No, I'd use Suntac. Suntac's a good company. Thank you so much for telling me not to wait. I struggle to find these. Oh, no, I read that. Thank you so much for telling me not to wet shrink. It helped a lot. Do you use a dryer sheet on the glass and let it dry, or no sheet? Oh, yeah. So when you're dry shrinking, whatever you're using, you apply on the glass, and you got to let it dry. That's where the term dry shrinking comes from. So with a dryer sheet, I tend to either use Bounce or Snuggles. Those seem to be really, really good. Just avoid the really cheap ones. I've used like Walmart and Meijer ones before, and they were really bad. So all you're trying to do is you got to put a material in the way that helps your film float on the glass, and then it'll kind of tack down when you press it down. If you just have bare glass, it sticks in a really annoying way. And if you have it kind of half applied, or you lose some of that dryer sheet, you notice it, like it'll just throw you off. You need a nice smooth layer of it. You can use dryer sheets, dry shrink prep, soap bars. And just whatever works best for you. But yeah, follow the instructions for those things. I'm not familiar with soap bars. I just know some guys use them. Dry shrink prep is really nice because you only need a really light layer of it. Dryer sheets, you can use as heavy of a layer as you want. So it's a little more, I'd say it's a little more foolproof. All right. So hang out till we get to the back window and the windshield. And I haven't set them up yet, so we'll get to it. There's that. Looking good. So yeah, there's just a lot of ways that you can do things, a lot of ways you can tint the window. And just like talking to actually the student that came in here, he was a glass tech for like 18 years, he said. And when he started, there weren't a lot of industry tools for doing automotive glass, and more stuff has come out over the years. Sounds really familiar. Window tinting's the same way. There weren't a lot of industry-specific tools, and then over the years, more stuff has come out, kind of as the whole thing grows, and people, go for it. I don't know why that happened. But anyways, what I was saying, there was a student, he was just actually here, picked up some patterns. He was a glass tech for like 18 years. And when he first started, he said there wasn't any like industry solutions and tools, and the tools have gotten better over time. So same thing with window tinting. Like, you hear some of these funny things like dryer sheets, baby shampoo, different soaps and whatnot. Some guys use baby powder for shrinking. Like, there's all these different ways of doing it. Because there was never any uniformed way to learn. There was never any industry-specific tools. Company came out with window film, and then guys figured out how to install it, and then kind of stumbled into heat shrinking, and then companies then learn what they're doing, and then try and tailor it a little bit more for that, and then products start to come out and whatnot. So it's an interesting way of doing things. So a lot of these solutions are kind of come from those places. You know, we're still using, you know, they're convenient things to pick up that work well enough for the job, and nobody's come out with anything substantially better that makes any sense for certain things. So, like, when it comes to, like, soaps, some of them work really well with certain films, and some of them don't. Let me grab the tape. So we're always looking for different options. New things are coming out from time to time, and we keep an eye on all that. Just figure out what makes our life easiest and put out the best job that we can. Yeah, go ProView. I don't know what it heard, but from time to time it likes to change. Okay, let me go grab that sprayer. Windows wiped off. We'll cut out a pattern, and then we'll get to this driver's door. So we got 2 of the doors done. Just making our way around. Then we're going to hop over to the back glass and the quarters. We'll get that done. And then we'll do the windshield and call it a day. Whatever slip I had in here, I'm just emptying this out. Good. I had a shorter roll, right? 20, yes. Got my shorter roll, which is good. So like I said, these have privacy glass. We're making them 5%. So we're gonna put 20 over this, and then we're doing 5 on the front. Let me get a new blade here too. Where did I put things? There they are. You have a new slip? Yeah, the 7th gen. I still have yet to use it completely by itself. Just kind of working up into it, but right now it's a 50-50 split. It's doing pretty good. So, still gonna do a little more research and stuff. It might change. I have no idea. That's kind of how this business goes. You hear things, you adapt, and find better solutions. Let's change out this. These are those blades that I'm using for the top, too. What's this, 7th gen? Something that's working its way around. I don't know, I hear bad things about Dawn. Oh my God, it's such a long story now. In a nutshell, when I first picked up Geo, I had a hard time adapting, and same thing with Avery NR. They tack very quickly. So no matter what single soap that I used, everything would just tack up And it didn't matter if I added a ton of it or not. It would just tack up. To the point where, like, you know, you add it until when you spray it, your eyes start to burn. And it's like, okay, I got way too much soap right now. And my film is still sticking like a son of a bitch. So that's when we started experimenting with some soaps. And I know Dawn is a popular choice. So who is it? Jay suggested doing a little bit of Dawn in with the baby shampoo, and it worked beautifully. We kind of dialed in what seemed to work best. And then we find out a few years later, nothing happened with any of my jobs, but Geo released a couple of new films, and they're not exactly settling well on the windshield when you first install them. So they were looking into things that they could do to improve the tack on that. I don't think that's the whole story though, because it uses the same glue as C2, and I have zero problems with that stuff. So I don't know. So they looked into it. They said it's highly suggested to not use Dawn for more than that, and it's like, okay. So if I'm not going to use Dawn, I'm using baby shampoo, and they're just like, yeah, baby shampoo is perfectly fine. All right. So then I'm trying to find something that kind of acts very similar, but doesn't have the same ingredients. So they said 7th gen is good. No, I'm trying to figure out if it is good. They did what I call a big oof. They went full on board with Fusion All-Type, you know, and from a business perspective, it makes sense. Oh, this is an industry soap that's safe, that we can recommend to all our people. But I'll be honest, they're not you or me. So they take lots of feedback. And right now, just using All-Type was kind of an impulse reaction. It'll work fine if you like it. It just doesn't have a slide to it much at all. So they're shipping it out with everything. Some people like All-Type, and that's great. I'm happy for you. I wish I liked it too. I just don't like it all that much. I thought I might be able to splice it into like my current mix, but I can't. I love all of the Fusion stuff. I use their Squeegees religiously, but I've never gotten along with the soap. What knife are you using? This is a NT Cutter Red Dot. It's the best for more reasons than just the clicks. I use that, and then I also use a plastic knife. That's actually really good for top edges with a special blade. I use DSP. Yeah, DSP is good, but that's for shrinking. I don't see how you can install film without it sliding. I mean, I've been surprised at people that bump film, and what I mean by that is like they'll put it on the glass and it'll start to tack up relatively quickly, and then they'll kind of like bump it into place with the squeegee and stuff, and that's how they prefer it. I like to breathe a little bit and lay the film on the glass and just kind of, you know, coast it into place. And then you can make these little micro adjustments without having to like shock your whole film. You know, and just like keep smacking it, and then it just like flies out the window. A lot of people seem to prefer that way too, so. I like my film sliding. I use Joy. Seems to work well. Half baby shampoo, half Joy. That's an interesting recommendation. I've heard Joy non-ultra. The only problem that I've run into with that is they don't sell it around here. in like some dollar stores I could find Joy Ultra. So I'd have to order it. So I'm not opposed to just like ordering if it works. But like this whole soap thing has like come back to haunt me again. It's really annoying how this works. It's like Joy is not a like just like Dawn, just like 7th gen, just like Joy. Like they're not. They're soaps. They're not made for window tinting. So you just want to make sure that your ingredients list is safe. And I hate, especially like if I could only order just that, then I'd probably be a happy camper. But to like, we basically become our own window tint chemist. It's like you order some of this, you order some of that, you mix the two together, and then, well, bam, it works better for you. I talked to them. I was like, you guys should just come out with something that's recommended for your own film. And they're like, you could do that. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? If I had a product, I'm trying to make it as user-friendly as I possibly could. So if that's what I gotta do, that's what I gotta do. Yeah, so 7th gen is the latest gen. We're giving it a shot. I'm warming up to it. So, like, I'm coming into like, okay, so this was my mix. Like, I've used J&J baby shampoo most of my tinning career. And it's still very recommended. So like that's always something that I fall back to. And then it was add a little punch of Dawn, and that seemed to fix my problem. So now with any solution that I'm doing, I tend to just go more towards baby shampoo still and then add a punch of something else. But this mix right now is 50-50. So I haven't gone all in on 7th gen yet. But we're working our way up there probably. And I'll just double check. Expel, obviously similar to Geo, but Marco made a video, said it slides well and tried it once. Yeah, he came in the stream. That's kind of where I caught wind of it. It was funny. I gave him a hard time. He's like, have you tried 7th gen? And I'm like, what the hell are we talking about? Because I've never heard of it before. They only, like, it really drove me crazy before because, so when you've been in window film for a long time, they start to talk about generations of window film. Like this is 1st generation, 2nd generation, 3rd generation, and like we're on like 4th generation deep dyed, and I don't know when 5th generation is coming out, but it's just like, I'm sure there's reasonings behind it, but it's also just kind of funny. So when you would occasionally like, you know, oh, this is the best window film on the market, blah, 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 and then you install it, and then 2-3 years later, you have nothing but problems, and you're like, what the hell, man? You said this stuff was great. And they're like, oh, that was 3rd gen. Now we're on 4th gen. And you're like, what do you mean we're on 4th gen? So when he came in here and said 7th gen, I'm like, it's like going from iPhone, what are we on? 13 to iPhone like 20. What the hell are you talking about with soap now? I've never heard this before. But 7th gen is the brand, and then that made sense. Window film's weird. I just want it to work. I just don't want to have problems. I want everybody to have a good day. And then you just find there's all these like debates on squeegees and tools and slip solutions and filing and shrinking and not shrinking, and it's just like, oh my God. You can get pretty in the weeds with all of it. So, long story short, that's why it's funny to kind of bring up. It's like tried to keep it short and sweet, and then here we are. So when it comes to like slip recommendations, whew, that's a good question. I don't know. Is that 5 on the back doors? It will be. So it's 20 over the factory glass, so that's gonna bring it down to match the fronts, which we're doing in 5. So this is a little tight here. And one thing about frameless doors that's always interesting, I never thought about this until later on. Frameless doors rest against the interior framing. That's how they keep their seals and stuff. So when you open the door, the glass is falling this way. So it can be real tight to tuck it down. Well, if you just push a little pressure this way, you end up freeing up a good amount of space. So it makes tucking all the frameless doors much easier. Just a little tip in case you're trying to tuck it in and you can't. Try that. Good. Some of the Model Ys, they don't really pinch there, and some of them do. This is kind of like in between. I'd use my head, but I got a GoPro strapped to it. Sometimes you just like look at it and like push your head, but then I want to drag a camera across it. We're gonna buy the tools that you use. Tint stuff. See if that works. Tint Depot. Sun Distributing. What's your gap edge on frameless windows? I don't know, it's pretty good. I try and just butt every window up as close as I can. So here I got the corner hanging over, so I'll just kind of file that off. Or just, you know, with a blade or whatever. But they can get pretty damn close. I'm really happy with this one. If it's a little more than that, you know, you're well within what I'd say is acceptable, but like there's some people that have really horrible, wavy, crappy edges. So that's why I like hand cutting everything on doors, especially frameless, because it's like to size. You know, somebody's not going to notice, you know, if your gap is like here, right? And it's nice and straight across the glass. That's perfectly fine. But when you start getting all the way like down here, it's like it's very obvious. And then especially when you add a little waviness to it, that's when you start having some problems. So just keep it as tight as you can. Nice straight cuts. So that way you don't have any weeble wobbles. Nothing that like grabs your attention and goes, that's weird. You need to order some more glass aid from you? Cool, man. We got it in stock. Things ship out faster since Jack does the orders. All right, so we got one more door to do. So let me go grab the roll that is too big for it, but that's fine. Learn to cut patterns watching Matt. No waviness here. Nice. I hope that's wide enough. Ugh. Yeah, the main thing is just try and keep whatever angle you're holding the blade at, whether it be straight or slightly tilted, just try and, like your window curves, try and just keep that same angle throughout your entire cut. And use a nice, sharp blade. And with some practice, like the blade, surprisingly, can completely change the cut. I have my own window tint business, but lately I'm not getting calls. If they do, they think the price is too high, much because there's other cheaper tinters doing cheaper stuff. You're not really explaining your value, or you're not attracting the people that value what you're doing at a higher price. So you got to figure out how to do those things. So, I mean, a pretty obvious one is going to be your website. Focus on that. I suggest trying to be a resource. So if you can cater your website to give information on things people are looking for, not just price and tint. You already know your own service. There's so much misinformation out there. So being a resource that helps explain that to people, and also in this day and age, looks really nice. That's one. Another one is just your general reviews. When you put out good work, encourage those people to leave a review. And then also that'll help, just when people search for businesses, more reviews equal more better. So you kind of attract people like that way. Somebody with 3 positive reviews versus somebody with 150 reviews, like most people are going to end up going to the people with more reviews, or at least they're going to call them first. Another thing is you have the opportunity now to show work and behind the scenes and why you like to use what you use. So doing all of that and having ways people can find it. So if you make a video, also post that on your website and stuff. Because at the end of the day, like, a lot of it is just like, I still get plenty of calls where somebody goes, how much? I tell them how much. And then they go, I'll check my schedule. It's like, oh, I didn't realize you were so busy. It's a nice way of saying, oh, damn, that's too expensive. I'm just shopping around, thanks. Or I'm going to call a few more people. I have no idea, thanks. Right? Like, you hear that all the time. And that's just how people are going to be. Everybody's always trying to save as much money as they can. Not everybody is looking to get the best service that they possibly can. They think that cheap price plus service equals good job. And that's not how, it's unfortunately not how it works, but that's, I'd say, the majority of just general inquiries. So when they call you, yeah, you're expensive compared to the 3, 4, 5, 6 other shops that they've already called, and you're not giving anybody a reason why they should come to you. Those people, I mean, I'm not really trying to get that business anyways. I've got a phone, and I answer it, and a lot of times it's just people generally shopping around. I much prefer the business that calls and have already seen the channel or have had a referral from somebody, so they kind of get an idea of what I'm about anyways. So rather than trying to sell them just over the phone off of a cold call, they have a little bit more going into it. So having a way to at least follow up with those people is really nice. Tint Wiz proposals are really good for that. But the other side of it is trying to attract people that are doing maybe a little bit of research. So you're going to get, like, the leads that I get off of my website are generally very different from the people that just call my business, because they've already had a chance to kind of see the difference, and see the options, and maybe the channel, and I've tinted a car live, or, you know, they've seen something that I've done. That's a way better portfolio for somebody than just trying to talk to them, because over the phone, a lot of people all sound the same. They quote price, they talk a little bit, or they think you're just trying to, you know, grab the business, and you don't have a way to prove it. Do you remember when I said I was invited to Korea? I'm going to invite you next year. What do you think? Do you remember when I said? Oh, I'd love to go, man. I don't know if we'll be able to anytime soon, but I know it's definitely on, like, our list of places we'd love to visit. The problem is I have a child. So we're going back to the Philippines in December, and it's going to be a long flight out there. It's going to be a lot to travel out there. So we're doing what we can with that, and then from there, we'll probably plan trips when he's a little bit older and more than one kid has grown. I feel like people always say, can I get an appointment, knowing they're going to keep calling everyone else until they find a cheaper price. Yeah, that's real common. And they always say, like, you know, some of them don't want to hurt your feelings. Some of them don't want to sound like you're too expensive. So they'll say any number of different things, like, oh, I'll check my schedule, or, yeah, put me on the schedule. And then they just don't show up, right? So that's one reason I also do deposits. Because I learned very early on, I've worked with a lot of companies, and companies that have established client bases still have people that don't show up. However, they have more people and more referrals, and they've existed for longer. So generally, the longer you exist, the less no-shows as a whole you get. So you can kind of just throw things in your calendar, and then there'll be enough business that it won't be a problem. But when you're newer, people are calling you because you're number 5, 6, 7th on their list of shops. I literally had one person last week who was like, how much for window tint? Okay, cool. Let me check my schedule and I'll call you back. All right, no problem. Have a good one. And then he called back 5 minutes later, and he was like, how much for this vehicle? And I was like, bro, I just talked to you. And he's like, oh, shit. Have a good one. Accidentally called me twice in a row. Are you going to do a video in the Philippines? I'd like to. I don't know how, though. I mean, one of the biggest bummers is, like, so if I'm on vacation, if I'm on vacation in the States, like, we can make something work a lot easier because there's just, you know, you usually rent a car, there's more available, and like, you can find a spot, you can do something, right? In the Philippines, it's different. Everybody's on, like, public transportation and stuff. So we don't have a car there. And then finding any space to do it, because it's pretty tight on spaces, is a whole nother story, too. So, like, her parents have a house that we stay at a good amount of time, and it's got no garage, no covering for anything, and then we managed to get a car from somebody, like, days later, and that was an adventure. So, probably not. If it is, it'll be a talking video. But maybe, I actually, like, believe it or not, I packed a roll of film. That was another thing. Like, I put a 24-inch roll of film in a suitcase and some tools, and I'll haul that over there. What do you cut the bottom edge versus using the edge of the roll? On a 36-inch roll, mostly it's habit. I mean, I let the top droop over the window, and then I just trim it off. But when it's a shorter roll and the edge of the window is flat, I'll absolutely use the factory cut if it's nice and smooth and not a little squirrely. Sometimes they're cuts. Sometimes you can run into cuts that are a little squirrely too. Remember, we had a whole run from Avery Dennison when they first bought Hanita Tech, and whoever was running that, whoever was in charge of cut and rolls, man, they were just trying to get stuff out the door. Everything at the bottom looked like an Easter basket. It was just completely shredded. And so even on the 20-inch rolls, it's like, okay, I guess we're just cutting our own edges. That's how Sun Distributing was born. We were so fed up with shredded rolls and sending stuff back that Rick bought a slitter and then he became a distributor. He just ordered 60s and started cutting them himself. He's like, I'm going to fix this. Took charge of his own destiny. Cool. Cool. All right, let's put this right about there. Do these? I never know. These don't lean forward, do they? Oh, they probably do. They look like they shift forward. Where's your bottom edge when you're shrinking doors? Oh, so when I'm shrinking doors, I put it about a ½ inch to an inch up from the bottom. I'm trying to get as much glass, film on the glass as I can. So you cut your pattern so it overlaps everything. So on a frameless door, it's way easier. But that point where the film overlaps anything and kind of sticks out, it starts to change the amount of film that pops up at the bottom. So what I'll do is the longest edge, I'll have a little gap there, right up against the edge, like a little gap, and then like a ½ inch gap at the bottom, because I'm trying to get as much film on the glass, but I don't want to, you don't want this butt right against the seal here. You got to give yourself a little space. So I'll put it up about a ½ inch. Yesterday, I tried to tint the rear window on my 97 Honda Civic. I keep getting fingers after I wet shrink them out. Will dry shrinking solve my problems? Dry shrinking is definitely recommended over wet shrinking. Wet shrinking is like, it's very messy unless you know how to control it. So the problem is water is really good at dissipating heat. So whenever you have water, like when I set up a pattern on the outside for shrinking, I sweep out most of the water. I sweep down to where it really gets bunched up, and then I let the heat gun kind of do the rest of the work. But for a back window, there's so much more film that has to be shrunk, and whenever you have water filling in those gaps and spaces, it's cooling that film right down, and it's also transferring to the glass. So it's just way more messy. You have to put way more heat, and it's like you can control it by kind of dividing things into sections and then doing like the teardrop method, I think people call it. So I would look up some wet shrink videos, but there's way more people dry shrinking. So there's a reason why there's way more people dry shrinking. It's generally faster. As a whole, it's smoother. You just got to know what to look for. And there are lots of videos that help explain some of that. Actually, there's lots of videos that explain all of that. You just got to pay attention. Or we got to do a better job of explaining it. Just kicked off my own mobile detail / window tinting company. You're a big inspiration for me to keep up the good work. Oh, man, cool. Congrats. Good luck, sir. I'll be here. I'll be here answering questions when you need them. So this is actually a really good view of a laminated window. See that? See this groove here? Whenever I have frameless, that's what's really good to show this. So that's why I really like a clay bar. See all these little speckles and stuff? All that, you kind of have to like dig out. You don't want to do it with like a tool though, because you don't want to gouge their laminate or anything. But it's two pieces of glass that are sandwiched together. So when that's riding up into the seal, that just builds up over time. So clay bar is nice because it kind of molds to fit that groove and does a good job of digging out a lot of that crap. Oh, super chat.
Appreciate it.
Decanas. Oh shit, I don't know how to pronounce that. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 2. I appreciate it. Yeah, you're welcome. Dacnas? Is that it? I missed the robot voice when he said it. Sometimes they help me out with that. That's why I disabled usernames a long time ago. It's too much. Laminated and tempered, those have nothing to do with like the prep work as far as, like you said, no risk of scratching. It's like it's glass. So it's still like the surface from laminated to tempered is going to be virtually the same. So yeah, you can like clean and prep them the same, and I'll still use a clay bar on the top edge of a tempered window. It's really just about that groove though that holds a lot of dirt that you'll find on tempered windows, and especially when something's a little bit older, an older truck or something, especially their driver window, just pay a little bit closer attention, and I'll wipe a towel over that area until the towel doesn't show any more dirt. So you don't have to use the clay bar, but it's just my preferred tool for getting in there. And then I'll finish it off with a rag anyways. Isn't Tesla glass softer? I mean, yeah, it can be. It's gotten better though. I have no real gauge of saying yes or no without like trying to scratch it myself. And I just avoid doing that altogether. I treat all glass like it's gonna scratch real easy. So I try not to cut directly on the glass itself. If I do, it's just rounding some little corners on the door windows. It's not as much on the back window anymore. I used to just, keep a sharp knife, cut the whole thing out. Every once in a long while, you get a deeper scratch and you're like, what the hell happened? And then there's no going back on that. But there's still a lot of guys that just cut right on glass. I did a test where remember, I tinted a lot at auto glass companies. So we had spare glass for me to practice on. And so all their windshields, I would do little tests. I would keep a sharp knife, and then I would put little things in between, and then I would also just test. Like if you cut the tint, if you look really closely, can you see a line or not? Some are better than others, and I couldn't find any indicators that really told me one way or another what is going to be safe and what's not. Generally speaking, it seemed like older glass was better. Newer glass on newer cars, it depends on the quality of car. But then we saw there was more than just scratching on Tesla glass. They were, just from the cars flexing was cracking the back windows and stuff. Like they're just doing big things. And they take all their user feedback. They fix those problems. They probably had, I think, Saint-Gobain makes all their glass? They're a good glass company. they just had to make it better. So we don't have the same type of defroster issues, I think, anymore. They used to just peel right off the window. So over time, hopefully these situations get better. But there's, you know, without taking any type of like a knife and just, you don't know how bad it's going to scratch, but you usually can find something if you look close enough. So, I don't know. I got really tired of that. Obviously. We don't want to tint a car and then have to pay for a whole windshield replacement and then lose money on a job. It's kind of a bad business model. Sweet. If you're going to cut on glass, stainless steel is the way to go. Yes. So stainless steel is a much similar hardness, or is a similar hardness to the glass. So that's why it works. You keep a nice sharp blade. And stainless steel is a softer metal. But come to find out, there's more than one type of stainless steel. They can have different mixes, which is also why, where's a good example? Where's my light? I'll probably need to charge it up anyways. We had this question a while back. This is a magnet. This is my knife. It's stainless steel blade. Why does it do that? It shouldn't do that if it's stainless steel, right? Where the keg, that's also stainless steel. But if I do this on a keg, it don't stick to the keg. So there's different grades of stainless steel and stuff like that. So mixes can change. So your blades can be different from one company to another, or maybe they're trying to save some money and they just tweak their formula a little bit so they feel nice and sharp. But that little difference is enough to give you a bad day. Carbon steel, it's a harder steel and it's sharper. Well, it will generally, it'll hold its sharpness for much longer. So yeah, it's much more recommended to use stainless. Carbon steel, I actually really like carbon steel for the top edge. And I found, so carbon blades were something that were being talked about for a while. You can still get an amazing top edge off of a stainless. But I was just really surprised when I found these. So these are carbon steel blades, but these are special because they're thin. These are much thinner. I wish I had something just so you could hear the difference. But these ones, like, they'll take up, like, you know, this is a standard blade pack. They'll take up about half the space of the blade pack that a regular full stainless steel will, or the regular carbon blades, because they're the same thickness. These ones are thinner. So for the top edges, they're just real good at cutting that edge, and the thinness helps it travel through the entire cut easier. So if you've ever snagged while you're cutting that kind of stuff, I don't know, give one of those a try. They do, like, they're thin though, so you'll have to snap them off pretty regularly. But it was kind of a cool, it was a cool thing. So with all the NT stuff, you can generally find it just right off of Amazon too. I don't think tint tool suppliers are stocking them yet. So what I would do is I'd look up the NT cutter blades, and then they would have different options that you could kind of pick from. And just get the thin ultra sharp. They had like sharp and ultra sharp, both thin. I can't find a difference between the two. There we go. So this is the only panel that I'm ever going to remove from this. This plastic, like I said, it kind of presses up against the glass. Tesla's a little weird because they, like, their borders, they'll sometimes tuck them behind all the plastic, where a lot of other automakers will have a little dot matrix border that lead in front of it. So we always need to tuck the film into all those spaces to hide any gaps. And so when that plastic pushes up against the glass, it just makes it really annoying to tuck. So this is just a nice way. Just remove the bottom, and you could even shift it down more, slide it up here if this pinches, and clear up some space without having to remove everything. It's all push clips though. So it comes off easy, it goes back on very easy as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lean this up here, and then we gotta prep this. So let's wipe this off. Scrub it down, wipe it off, and it locked itself. Funny thing, so all the doors are latched right now. I should take this off too. All the doors are latched right now. So it thinks everything's closed, and some of them have automatic locking. So without the key especially, it was really funny. So when he dropped it off, you can just do everything off of his phone, so you don't need to like give a key to anybody. So I don't know if there was a way to do that over the phone, but I can tell you, I was definitely like, oh shit. If I latch everything, I was just thinking like it should be okay, but inevitably if something shuts off and I can't get to something, or I have to move it afterwards, obviously too. So I had the key run over here. There it is. I should probably put that there where I'm going to remember it. Why don't you file the edges other than because you're good and don't need to? Any tips to get a no-gap look? I'll be honest, I haven't had a ton of success doing it, and I would love to have somebody come out here and, whoa, what the heck was that? I would love somebody to come out here and show me how to do it. I've played around with it a bunch. I just don't do it very well. So the best success that I had was thoroughly drying out and maybe using a blade. And sometimes I can get it very well, and sometimes I can't. So I'm not going to be the dude to ask about that one. But hang out in the Facebook group. Ask that same question. There's like 55,000 people in it now. It's kind of insane. But there's a lot of people with different tips and skill levels and stuff like that. So post the same thing, and hopefully some people will share some videos on doing it and some recommendations. And there's definitely videos out there if you search the same thing. But it looks just like tinning. Everybody can make it look easier than it really is. Is the best company, Tint, for ceramic? Well, I'm a big fan of GeoShield, so there's them. There's a lot of good brands out there. There's only so many manufacturing places, only so many people that manufacture their own film and stuff. When you stick with more of a top-tier company, you're going to find a good product. And then always put it on, look at their spec sheets, look at the film, put it on your own car, see how you like it. It's always hard to say. Like, I wouldn't say there's definitively anybody that's the best. There's pros and cons to everybody. So nobody mentioned the car lettering PMS. We're the guys. I say you're the PMS guys, if ever I saw one. Yeah, so this is actually, this was a really good coincidence here. I went over to their company looking for some options, and then, mentioned that I was over in this area, and next thing you know, the owner brought in his, we were just talking, and the owner brought in his Model Y. I don't know really anybody around this place, but really, really nice company, nice people, good business. You should look them up on YouTube too. They have some videos on their work and stuff. Really well put together. Nothing crazy, nothing like what I do as far as just YouTube-y videos, but really cool stuff. I have a DIY channel, and I reached out to GeoShield to see if they let me play with their film for a DIY video. They're going to send me a pre-cut and show. Wish me luck. Good luck, man. That's cool. See, that's one reason I like them a lot, too. You're not going to get that from a lot of companies. Like, they're in this real... They're in this sweet spot, really, of, like... They appreciate people that are just starting out. They're willing to take and have some fun, like take some chances on people and have some fun. They're not like overly bloated corporate. But yeah, that's super cool. Good luck, man. Kits are funny. One of the students actually brought in a Pro Nano kit. We helped him install the windshield and the windshield and the back glass. Actually, he did. I mean, I was there as an assistant, basically. He did a ton of practice with some other films, and then he ended up doing the back glass and the windshield. Super cool. So the hardest part, even though it's only like a 20%, finding that line can be a little tricky. I should have probably just left the light in there. Or put a towel. Let me do that. I stopped at the Menards near you. Yeah, some of them are crazy big. That's a good Menards. We like that one. And then there's one all the way out in Auburn Hills that is, I think, even more impressive. All right, we're going to put that there. How can we do this? Let's do that. Gonna need a bigger light. There we go. That helps. So, obviously brighter light, white towel. All those are little things that'll help cut this out. But something like this, plotted pattern is what's going to be a little bit faster than what I'm doing. So plotted pattern works great for the back window, works great for the quarter windows. I just like to bounce back and forth between doing it and then cutting it out on a machine. I always like showing some perspective. Uah. Yeah, a white sheet and a long light bar. That would be well appreciated for this one in particular. I never really liked the long LED bars for most vehicles, so it's very, like, yeah, I would have it specifically for like something like this. You have a lot of room around it, you brighten up that area, it's perfect for it. There's some deck lids where the bottom, the deck presses right against the glass, so it doesn't matter really almost how bright of a light that you have. It's just not bright enough to create a glow there or anything. Okay, so we're gonna prep this. So it's kind of like, it would save me a couple of minutes. I should have one. But I still have the stick lights that I did still from when I was very mobile. All right, so we're gonna do dry shrink prep on this one. So the glass is cleaned. We did glass aid on it, which helps protect it from scratches. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna wipe this on. So I wet the baggie, do some swipes. Dropping off the Elantra? Yeah. All right, cool. I'll be with you in just a quick sec. Okay. And then we're gonna wet the baggie again, wipe a little line, and just wipe a thin layer over it. So that'll also dry much faster. I gotta check in the client though. Canon. So hang on one second. I'll be right back. And then we'll knock out this, we'll knock out the back window and the quarters. 1 second. Sweet. I got a Elantra N edition actually, which looks pretty dang cool. So that one is actually after this. I'm going to be doing 20% in ceramic too, which is really cool. All the sides and the rear on that. But in the meantime, oh, my headphone. 1 second. I gotta go get that. If I leave the shop, well, if I go outside, it always disconnects my headphone, so then I put it on the couch. It's a 22 Elantra. I've heard some things, but I haven't done one yet. Yeah, it looks good. Maybe I can pull it in at the end. I don't know. But I'm not going to have time to stream both of them. We're focusing on the Model Y today. Okay, so where we left off? So this is on the back. It's all prepped, ready to go. Let me grab the 20%. Where did we put that? No, I can't stream it. I'd love to stream everything that I do, but it would be probably like 7 o'clock by the time I finish everything. Some cars I just got to get done for the sake of the business. But it would have been a really cool one. Just there were some conflicting schedules and whatnot. So I had to move this appointment to today. Oh, was that? That wasn't. Oh, that wasn't my ceramic roll, was it? It was. Oh, I bumped this over. That was that little crash I heard earlier. Whenever you, unfortunately, bump a roll, that's all good. Okay. You'll get a little damage on that roll. And to that, we cut off and say bye-bye. I don't know. Does 24-inch roll fit on this? Might be just big enough. We'll see. It's probably a little short. Yep. Oh, it's so close, too. Look at that. Almost. Well, that's fine. Yeah, it's this roll here. So we'll grab a bigger roll. This will give us some quarter windows, too. But yeah, I'd love to stream both. But if I streamed absolutely every car that I did, I'd go insane. Whoosh. All right. Tack that there. Cover all my edges. Cut off a piece of film here. I'm on the fence of using the bench ladders. I use them for the Model 3s because working on that roof, it's a good way to do it. On this one though, I think it's just tall enough to be a little out of my way, and I'm just short enough that it's a little extra reaching, but it should be good. Where are the pretty boxes? You know, you would think that we'd have them set up by now. I'll probably just draw on it. I wanted to also just make a little label for it. But they're all right there. They're all set up, ready to go. So I just got to take the time to go through all the film rolls, and then we'll do that. It's probably a good time to do inventory, too. We'll get them up. What do you tell people on percentages that you can't get? I have a guy that's looking for 10%. Ooh, that's annoying too, because it's a kind of a, like 5 is too dark, 10 would be perfect. I don't know, hassle your film company and tell them to get more options. Do some digging, maybe you'll find something. I don't have a great answer for you. The tricky part is, like, you don't want to use anything that you wouldn't trust, right? So just finding somebody that has the percent sometimes isn't good enough. Usually you need some sort of dealer account with most companies anyways. But I had a client that was looking for 30% instead of 35%, and he's like, well, you know, it's really close. And it's like, yeah, but I've had 35. We'd just like it a little bit darker. It's like, okay, I can respect that. Then I did a lot of digging. Nobody had 30% in ceramic that I could find. So I just had to apologize, like, sorry. I'm not going to install anything I don't trust, but I couldn't find any reputable people that could give me that percentage at the time. I don't know. I made some phone calls and stuff, and I was sorely disappointed. I think they should. I think they should carry a handful more percentages in a couple of the film types. So they carry more in the carbon. And so like the caveat is it's only in the carbon lineup. They have a few extra percentages in that. So they've got like 50, 40, 35, 20, 15, and 5. And I want to fill in a couple of the gaps. So like the biggest gap for me is honestly 35 to 20. I want a 30% from them. So when somebody comes in for a factory match, and then there's like 25% on the glass, I want a 30%, and that would come really close. Because you can take some of your existing percentages, put a meter on them, and they're generally going to be a little bit different from what they say on the box. Are you sure yours don't meter at 30? My 35 metered at 30. Depends on what it is. But this was specifically in ceramic, and that doesn't meter at 30 as far as I'm aware. So I was looking for some different options. Or I had somebody that came in with like 22, 23%. And then I just like, hang on, let me double check. So I would meter everything in my 20% range and just find whatever matched closest. It was on a Ranger too. Most domestic trucks and SUVs were in the 20% range, but some of them are starting to change. But yeah, double layering is definitely an option. It's not a preferred option, just because it's twice the work, twice the cost. I mean, you can work something out, but yeah, it's for somebody that's like, I gotta have it. It's like, well, I gotta do 2 layers of film, and then it'll come down to like that percentage. To me, it's kind of annoying that like it's not an option. It just depends on what company you're with. Some will have more flexibility in certain lineups, but on their end, they're also managing inventory. So instead of carrying every percentage on the spectrum, they'll carry the most common ones, and then they'll make a few more available. But yeah, I think the gaps that they really need to fill is I need a 30% in everything. Or at least in carbon and ceramic. And then having a 10% as well would be really nice. That's kind of far enough out of the spectrum where you're not really making things overly confusing. The 15 and 20 difference kind of drives me a little nuts too. Because I've talked to, like, I don't know, I might put it up on the board. So I have carbon in 40%, and I also have it in 15%. But sometimes, this is more when you have like you're tinting a lot of cars at your shop, and you're checking in, 10 people a day. What I noticed is you can have clients that are standing up front trying to decide between 20 and 15%, and they would go back and forth for like a half hour trying to figure out what shade, and it's like, hey, we're here at your appointment time, trying to figure out the shades. Oh shit, it's been a half hour. You don't want to offer too many shades that it gets overly confusing with people, but definitely having enough and being able to like show some differences or explain it quick enough is definitely a helpful thing. So in that case, yeah, having some different options, but not too many. 10% would be perfect though. I think 10% would be really good. And 30. so let's clean this off. We'll open this up. Yeah, I use dry shrink prep on this back window, and we'll do the same thing on the windshield. Unless I just want to show the difference between the two. We haven't prepped it yet. It's going to take too long. We'll just use the dry shrink prep. Where can I get it? DSP, just Google dry shrink prep, and you'll find dryshrinkprep.com. Cool. All right, let's open this up. We're gonna put some towels down, cover some stuff up. And then also gonna tape those little components too. Look at this. You guys see this? I did a removal the other day. Look at that. Look at that little dot matrix. This Mustang came in, and this is what the tint color was before. So this is like in the ceramic border, and then this is all the sun exposure there. If you were gonna get an electric car, which would you get? I don't know. I mean, I'm not really interested in a car just because it's the electric. It seems to be the hype trend. I genuinely like the Mustang Mach-E, but I haven't been paying attention too much. It would just be something that's a little bit different, but I think you see those all over the place now. For me, I mean, I think Tesla did awesome. They actually made a really cool electric car, and they made the whole trend interesting. So I think what drove me crazy was seeing so many like goofy looking electric cars. Like, no, you don't need to make a goofy electric car. You need to make one of your good cars electric. You know what I really like? The hybrids. Like, no joke, our Sienna van was amazing. You don't have to charge it. You get 400 to 500 miles on a tank. The tank is like 14 gallons, and it's also all-wheel drive, so that battery helps weigh everything down. Yeah, it was great. And that thing had storage for days. Not as cool, but it was definitely the coolest minivan out there. All right, so we're gonna clean off these lines. What percent on your personal cars? So a good happy medium is 50 on the front doors, 35 on the, 50 on the windshield, 35 on the front doors. or I'll sub that out with 20 on the front doors. With family driving it, I like something a little bit lighter that's easier to see through. But otherwise, you know, for a while I had 35 on my Explorer with like 20 on the front doors and then made the back 5. I like that a lot. I think 35 is one of the best shades for the front, but it makes the front look so dark that it really draws a lot of attention. So 50 is a nice way to still create like a good illusion of privacy without getting pulled over. How can I tell if I need to shrink a windshield or a back window? I shrink every back or windshield or back window, like all of them. I don't think I have a single exception to that. Maybe like a small truck window. I mean, there's flatter back truck windows, but just assume everything needs to be shrunk. But the way that you know is you put the film on the glass and you squeegee. Like, when you squeegee things flat, you'll see little fingers poking up. So, you want to make sure that all those fingers are flat when you go to install the glass. So that's why you got to shrink it. All right, let's get up here. All right, now like I said, see how their paneling kind of gets in the way a little bit? We're going to creep it up until we're tucked in there, because there's usually like a little gap. The problem is when that gap is, or that frame is all the way around the window, and you just need a spot to get it flat and tuck it into it. So that's why we've pulled the bottom, tuck that up into the top, and then all we have is this little brake light here we can squeak the film back down into. Make sure all our edge, there's an edge there. And then make sure all this is good. We should be good to go. I hope I'm not short. Uh-oh, that would be a big problem. Oh no, my line. We might go break out the plotter, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. So remember it was hard for me to see that line? I should have done a better job there. See that gap? That's a no-no. When I push this up, I got a little gap down here. So I'm about like a little 1/4 inch short there. All that work. All that cleaning. No. All right, so why would you use a plotter? We're gonna explain in a minute. Let's Pro Nano 20. Let's Pro Nano this. I'm actually a little nervous to do this one. We made some plotter tweaks. We're gonna put them to the test today, though. All right, so let's line this up. 40-inch roll is gonna go here. roller. Just gonna go all the way over here. Is it set for ceramic? Not yet. So we hope it's gonna be set. And then lock that down. That's our new start point, 42 grams. I think that should work. 66. We're gonna find out. All right, so like I said, I like to show both. I don't do this on purpose, but when it happens, it happens. So we need to go down to Tesla, Model Y, Nest, and then here is our back window. And then we can also do the quarters this way too. So that's these guys, one there, one here. Just gonna cut out a couple. And then we're gonna click print, cross our fingers. Oh, we actually have a 40-inch too, by the way, so I got quite a bit of extra space on that. We're still gonna do this. Because if it doesn't cut right, I don't want it to go on for too long. GoPro. And then let's pop up chat. It's looking good. Engage. But it didn't cut through the liner, so that's a good sign. I stepped away. What happened on the back? You missed it. Oh, I thought I had my edge when I made my line. Everything was perfect, except it wasn't. It was a little bit shy. So, shrunk everything, brought it to the inside, was a little shy, and there was no real border for it. So, rather than set everything up that way again, which we'll have to on the windshield, but much easier to seal our edge on the windshield. So what we're gonna see right now is our settings right? Ooh, good. Would I do more pressure next time? No, that's good. That's spot on where it needs to be. So the other change that I made was I filed the rollers and I also added Gorilla Tape as the cut stripe. Believe it or not, Gorilla Tape is actually kind of awesome. So on your plotter, you've got a Teflon strip across, and when that gets gouged, for whatever mistakes that happen with the plotter, that starts working into your strip. You gotta order another one. They're touchy. And then you know that, like we were talking about, little backyard hacks and stuff. Haas, from a company called Extreme Shades, who also has a YouTube channel that you guys can check out, I caught wind that he was using Gorilla Tape. And I was like, whoa, does that work? And yes, the answer is yes. It was actually fairly easy to set up too. So Gorilla Tape is a suitable option. I didn't even change out my Teflon strip. I put it straight over, adjusted my settings a little bit, boom, set up a brand new blade within minutes. So we're gonna put out a video here pretty soon with that. a used Gasket Pros cut slip tape. Oh, so like those Teflon tapes? Yeah, that sounds like a great option too. The Gorilla Tape is kind of a funny one. Or like it sounds funny, but when you look at the surface, it's very similar to that kind of stuff. So it's like a, you know how duct tape has like that, has the fabric kind of like weaved into the tape. That's part of what gives it its strength. This is very similar, so that Teflon tape would be very similar to that too. That's really cool. Yeah, sounds like a good option. I'm just really glad at this point that there's other alternatives that people recommend and that work really well. Because when I first got, you know, a Graph Tech, there aren't very many people that are messing with those machines at all, and we would gouge it. We never thought to try a different tape. It's like, oh, this is a special strip that's very sensitive and made to go in there, and you need just the right amount of pressure and stuff. And then all these backyard solutions come out that work just as well on $5,000 machines, and it's like, I'll take it. This is super cool. Oh, a little snag, hang on. Are we gonna get a little snag here? Well, I just talked it up. So either this works or it doesn't. Well, it worked great for the quarter windows, so why aren't you working here? Probably, like I said, would I up the pressure off of that? Probably a little bit. At least I got my cut line. Did I speak too soon? I spoke too soon. There we go. See that? That's good. And then that's good. So on one edge, it's just not quite cutting through as much. I'd probably up the pressure a couple grams and we should be good. Why did you do that? Your plotter isn't new? Or your plotter's new? I'm, like, it's what I do. We try new things, we push new things. It's like, why am I even using a plotter? We're always just kind of pushing things, trying different options. I mean, I hear, especially with the Facebook group, I do things this way, and then you hear 5 people, oh, I do it this way, I do it this way, I do it this way. So like there's lots of different ways that work, and I'm always kind of looking to try different things. So really I'm looking to solve my own problem on that one. If my cut strip goes down, rather than ordering a new one, I would love to just be able to go grab something. And I know many people are in the same position. I saw somebody post in my group, does anybody have a Teflon strip? Because the company that they ordered the plotter from was out of stock. And so then they have no machine. So any reason like that. Now we just cross our fingers that this is going to fit. What are you using instead of a dryer sheet? Dry shrink prep. That's also one reason why it sets up a little faster. So if I dryer sheeted the whole thing, I'd have to wait probably about 5 minutes before I could do this so it's all dry. It holds water for a little bit. Dry shrink prep, there's only a little thin layer. So this goes a lot faster this time around. Something was bound to happen, though. Doesn't always something happen? We don't know what it is, but we know something eventually happens. Google dry shrink prep. Because dryshrinkprep.com. Yeah, I don't think they have it in hardly any distributors right now. There we go. So you see the difference between that, right? If you plotter cut it, you weed it, everything goes right, you throw it on the glass, you shrink it. We didn't have to go through and tape it all because we're not cutting on the glass still. It's just a different way of handling it. Now we're putting a lot of trust in the machine. So hopefully, hopefully I don't have to go back and cut a third one. Texas Tint, bro. Yeah, he's got a whole channel too. And I know he looks at some of the stuff I do and he goes, why does he do that? I missed what he said though. All right. I know he likes using a plotter way more than I do. I've had such a love-hate relationship with using a plotter. Like, in this situation, it's great. When I'm cutting one out and it doesn't match up, that's when I'm having a bad day with it. So it'll be exactly the opposite. Like, oh, I hand cut it and it didn't match up. Like, shoot. That's my fault. But imagine the same thing happening when you machine cut it and it just doesn't line up. Then you have to go and do the opposite. You have to go back and you have to hand cut it accurately, and you just spend all that time in film to find out if it fit or not. So this, good job, plotter. You good today. Everything matches up. I no longer have any type of gap up here. I think it was that ridge that threw me off. See how there's a little like flat spot here? So when I was looking through there, I probably saw a shadow. Cut on that shadow. DAP is almost near perfect. DAP was great. I love DAP. Tell them to open it back up to more people. Tell them to do the opposite of what they did. They opened it to a lot of people, and then they decided to go, hey, this is now going to be dealer exclusive. Sorry. Film and vinyl designs. I gave him a shot a handful of years back. Like, so I worked with a fair amount of companies that would do much more in volume. I don't know why they wouldn't let people use it. Well, they're dealer exclusive, so they're an all or nothing type of company now. So if you're doing ceramic coatings, they want you to carry XPEL products. If you like somebody else's product, sorry, you're an XPEL dealer. Based on, there's some wiggle room there based on how many dealers are in your area and what they can do in your area. So if you're out in the boonies, then it's not as bad, I think, because there's just not any other XPEL dealers. So they start somewhere, but as soon as they have volume shops in the area, you better put up or shut up. So there's two sides to it. One, you get I hear you get well supported as a dealer, and the other side of it is you're very exclusive. So what you hope is those things fit very well together. That's not going to be the case for everybody. That's certainly not the case for me. I mean, part of it is anybody trying to get into the business, sorry, you're not doing it with them. Not in most cases. Not unless you already have an existing shop. But, you know, there's reasons why you wouldn't be able to get in with a lot of companies for that. Like, even in a lot of different industries. Like, some companies just have bigger buy-ins. If you want to be a worthwhile dealer to them, then you have to just move more products. So, same thing with window film. Like, there's just some bigger companies that are geared that way. So they're definitely not a great fit for like this whole community. There's people in the community that use them. But as a whole, if I'm like, yeah, go hit up Expel, I'd have so many people coming back to me. Yeah, I hit them up. They told me to go kick rocks, man. What do I use? Sorry, I don't know. All right, so now this back window is good. Did you know there were so many ins and outs to window film? Have I thoroughly explained that yet? I feel like we're covering so many bases in this stream. It's just window film. It's just stickers on glass. That's what I wish. I really do. I just want to carry infinite amount of shades, have good products, and everybody's happy at the end of the day. Oops. All right, so now with that, we can do some quarter windows, and then we'll start on that windshield. So we already have these cut. We just got to figure out which one's which. You have to be exclusive for DAP to use their software, but ain't the best. It's definitely the best that I used, yeah. Like, so at the time, I was at Rick's shop, and so the way that they wanted to do, I can get into why software is such a pain in the ass to do anyways. But they wanted to do things a little differently from what we did mobile. We got there, and then what Rick would say is, hey, we don't want any, we got a little baby seat here and everything. I wonder if we should get from inside there. So he didn't want drip marks on the car. He's like, the car should leave in as good of a state as it came in. So with here, I hand cut, so there's spray on the outside. It's not a big deal. It's not going to hurt the car. You can get a car wash. Everything's fine. But what they wanted was plotter cut everything, shrink them on glass boards, then install them off of the glass boards, and you hardly ever touch the outside of the car. The only time you touch it is for a back window. Let's put this on first. So software was very critical at that shop. And we tried, I think we were using TrueCut at the time, but we used a couple of different other ones. We used like Suntex, Solar Guards, we used film and vinyl designs. Like, we used a lot of stuff. Oh, that's Velcro, that's nice. So we used a lot of different software. And then we were using TrueCut for a while. And then Suntech called us, and they're like, hey, you're not using our film. And at the time, Rick was a distributor. And he's like, no, we're a distributor. And they're like, well, you got to use our film. And then DAP was starting to make its way. Some grit on that. Let me get a blade. And so what happened was, same thing. After I ended up leaving the shop, we were using DAP. We were very happy with it. And then later on, DAP even called them up and said, hey, sorry, you need to be a dealer if you want to use the software. We're shutting it down. Where initially it was 150, or it was 100, and then the price went up to like 150, and they became really popular with tinters very quickly. And then they shut it down. Hey! Please tell me.
Jairo Martinez super chatted $9.99.
Thank you. Is there a message attached with that? Thank you very much. Jairo Martinez. Did I pronounce that right? I hope so. Thank you so much for the 10. Thanks for all your help. A little love your way. Dude, I appreciate that so much. Thank you very much. So much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I just did a class. I was looking for my black squeegee. We're going to use the orange one. Sweet. Nice. Quarter windows, good fit too. Very good. All right, let's shift some stuff over. Let's hop to the other one. We actually have a little more space in the front if we want to as well. Just working around a baby seat. $20. Ah.
Steve Hunt super chatted $19.99.
Damn, dude. Steve, thank you so much for the 20. I really appreciate that. Oh yeah, back around this side. Good timing too, by the way. Looks like everything's working today. All right. This one cleaned. I remember where the stream was full of fog. Yeah. Every once in a while it gets out of hand. It's definitely a good day, but that was cool. I always like when they go off right around there. All right, let's get this thing locked in here. Perfect. And then windshield. That'll take up a good amount of time. So on the Model Y, really, the most challenging part without the windshield is the door. Oh, no, that's not true. We're talking about sunroof here, too. I forget that even exists. In a standard job, you know, you have shifty door windows. They're a little big. They're a little curved. Not too crazy, but they're definitely on the bigger side of any frameless door that you're going to see. For the hatch, that's really straightforward. It's pretty in line with most hatch windows. When it comes to the windshield, they're a little big. You can still cover it with a 36-inch tall roll. It's got a fair amount of curve to it, but you have a decent amount of space to also work with. But you got that sensor to also cut out. So that, oh, let's grab this. So I don't cover up any cameras or sensors. They need it for driving. There's a lot more stuff that they're building into cars nowadays. Lighter shades are typically fine, but on this one, you'd have to take apart the whole housing. So we'll have that. We don't want to interfere, and it's just hard to get to. Then you have to do recalibration, stuff like that. So we'll just end up cutting it right here, and we got to go all the way up and around. So we'll clean this off. We'll tape it. And then we'll cross our fingers real hard. Hey!
DC Customs and Detailing super chatted $5. What do you think about the guy who was talking crap to window tinting queen?
I'm laughing because we really are covering all our bases today. The tint drama. Oh yeah, it's unacceptable. I don't want to get into it. I don't talk much about, like, you know, that happens in the background. Especially like car dudes talking to other car dudes. Like, there's a lot of trash talk. But I don't deal with it in my group, so yeah. Definitely got booted. Bad situation. Just boot and move on. Yeah, fueling a lot of drama always turns into like a toxic thing. So yeah, it was really bad. You don't ever want to see that. But it was taken care of. All right, we're gonna start here. Over. His business is getting affected big time. Yikes. That sucks. I mean, at the end of the day, there's always more stuff going on than you realize, so probably had a bad day. Took it out on somebody. Made it a little bit too public. I don't wish that upon anybody. But, you know, every once in a while somebody asks for shit like that. How's Jack doing? He's good. Does that look pretty good? Oh, we're a little... Oh, okay. I know what I can do. It's kind of a good gauge there. Do you have any software recommendations that aren't brand exclusive? Well, PRECUT's one of them. Another one that's probably worth a try is going to be, I think you can use Computer Cut. Computer Cut's by SolarGuard. They're one of the longest, I think the longest running software in existence. I think $250 a month is generally what they're asking, which is a little bit premium, but hey, make that back on one car if it works well. So I thought they were brand exclusive, but from what I understand, they're not. So they're definitely worth a shot. I just don't recommend that many anymore. That was one that, like, I know we use them, and I don't remember why we didn't stick with them, but I think overall they're still pretty recommended. Probably one of the best options that it isn't going to hit you up a year later. You know, it sucks that some of them are exclusive. The worst part is they try and do that. You know, they let you use it for a while. You get dependent on using it. And then all of a sudden it doesn't work for your, you just take it back. They're just, at the end of the day, they're trying to sell you film. Do I need to wet the dryer sheet? Just dry when I apply it to the back glass? No, you need to wet down the whole thing. Wet the dryer sheet. Mush it up in your hand, spray the glass a little bit, like clean the glass, spray the glass lightly, then wipe the sheet all over the back window. Because what you're trying to do is get that residue all over the window. It's a weird thing that helps, but it helps. What do you think of SunTech ceramic film? I don't know, I haven't used it. I hear very good things about the company. Maybe a sensitive scratch coat is like the most negative thing that I hear about both Lumar and SunTech at this point right now. But on the support side of things, and as far as just general popularity and stuff, yeah, they got a great name. They charge for it. They take care of their dealers. From what I understand, they're a pretty good company. You just get the film, put it on your car, and see how you like it. Your main things are, does it block a lot of heat? Does it look good? Yeah, you have to wait for it to dry. What's the new mix? Right now it's 50% next, or seventh gen. 50% 7th gen, 50% baby shampoo right now. That's the current status. Fusion all type is going to be an unfortunate not for me dog. If you like things a little stickier, then sure. It's just grabbed too much. All right. What about Motor Shield? I don't know enough about them. Any of the Amazon, eBay brands, they're generally just not good. Amazon takes too much margin. So they have to keep that margin somehow. So I haven't used Motor Shield. I don't, like, they're not the cheapest film on there. I know I ordered it, and they had a really pretty box that it was shipped in. They put a lot into their packaging and their presents on Amazon or eBay. But it's, I don't know. I'm not sure where the box disappeared to, though. I was going to do some type of a review on it. What are the biggest pros and cons with XPEL? We just talked about it. So as far as their film lineup, I don't know. I haven't used it in person. Like, I haven't used it for any length of time, but there's lots of guys that like it. So as far as I know, it comes from a good source, and you'd probably be pretty happy with it. Definitely comes at a premium. Like, they're a top-tier marketing company. That's why so many people are asking about them. They obviously have to deliver good products along with it, but first and foremost, they are definitely a branding and marketing company. They do that very well. I think what's most surprising is, like, I see people more than often, not now, they ask about Lumar or XPEL. Not as much 3M. Yeah, Flex, I don't know. I don't get along with the company. Kind of a shame. But as far as their products go, there's people that like them. So for any of these, like, there's my opinion on all this. Join the Facebook group, ask in there, because you get way more shops that are using some of these films, that have more experience than me in some of these films. I'll give you my gut impression, and I've used some of them, like, here and there. Some of it's definitely going years back, and there's changes that happen over that time. But I'm not sitting back here all day checking out everybody's film, doing scientific experiments on it. I just know a fair amount about a lot of the companies. So if you pick and choose any of them for your car, you're probably going to be pretty happy. All these companies have decent reputations for a reason. There's just lots of options out there. There's lots of fuzzy marketing. At the end of the day, what you really want is a film that performs well and lasts. The rest of it is branding. And so much of it, that's only, like, everybody always asks about film. So much of it is, I mean, we got tinters here, but so much of it is down to the installer. So if you're looking for any particular brand of window film and you're not an installer, what you want to do is find a really good shop and then take their recommendation. It's hard to do it the other way around. 3M is just a brand, well known, but that's it. Don't like the film. Yep, I hear that a lot. 3M's branding, I mean, all the top tier ones, they have to have good branding. So 3M is just definitely one of the biggest companies that carried window film, and they've carried it for a long time. 3M makes good products. Now, how good does their window film stack up to the others. Generally, they always seem to be a little overrated. But they still have a name in window film for a reason, too. Putting their logo in the film really pissed me off. It was annoying to remove it, so you can remove it with a little bit of alcohol. I think it was a smart thing. Hey!
Steve Hahn super chatted
Steve!
$9.99.
Steve again with the 10. Thank you. Really, really appreciate that. Okay, so 3M IR, where's that stack up? That's a newer one that I've heard a lot of people talk about. Used to be pretty much exclusively crystalline, but you would hear, like, I'm familiar with their color stable lineup. It looked a little blue. We carried that for the handful of people that would come in and go, do you have 3M film? Yes, we do. Most people don't ask about any type of window film brand. And anybody can buy, you know, with enough money, anybody can buy any film. So at the end of the day, what makes a good company is going to be the people that are at that company. They're ceramic. Yeah, but where in the ceramic? So is that like their top of the line ceramic? Because some people have like ceramic, and then they go super ceramic. But 3M putting the logo, that's an interesting thing. No, I actually really appreciated that. Like, it was annoying to remove all the logos, but some people liked them, some people didn't. There's no identifiers on any film. So when you go to a shop and you get a film installed, you don't know for sure if that's the company's film. You're taking the shop's word for it. And there are some shops that will just bait and switch all day. They'll sell ceramic, they'll just install a regular film, and the consumer doesn't have a great way of identifying what was actually put on the glass or not. That really sucks. So 3M having their logos on it, like, you could take it off with a little bit of rubbing alcohol. So if you didn't want them there, it could come off. But at least it was a way of proving in the beginning that, hey, this is actually 3M. Their top is crystalline. Oh, duh. Yeah, sorry. I blanked for a minute. So they have crystalline. So is it like, I should just look up on their site. I don't even know what their lineup is anymore. So what, IR is kind of like they're going to be like their nano ceramic, and then they have crystalline? I'm assuming that's kind of how that lineup goes now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen it. It was kind of... Avery does have their feet printed on it. That's on the liner, though. Not on the actual film. That was helpful for a different reason. Thankfully, I didn't have to wipe like 6 feet or 20 feet or whatever. They would have like remaining feet in the roll. The mid-grade is IR. So it goes like what? Color stable, then IR, then crystalline. That's interesting with some companies. Some companies just don't have a carbon. Carbon's like the perfect middle ground. But I remember 3M also had FX. I remember seeing that stuff because my dad's shop bought that years and years before I was tinting, and then one day we were out of film and pulled that off of dusted it off and used that for a couple of days while we were waiting for more film. I think 3M is starting to cheap out on some stuff. The blue scrub pads are basically unusable. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Carbon is lighter compared to the real color stable. What does that mean? I'm like catching wind that a handful of people really don't like carbon films. And I'm not sure why. All right, so as far as this installing goes, everything's cut, everything's shrunk. I'm listening to that. Okay, let's cut this straight. Damn, we're getting far into the weeds with window film right now. All right. So we're cutting this out. Everything's cut and shrunk. We'll be throwing a towel on the inside, cleaning everything off in just a minute. This is always a fun discussion if you're like really into the weeds on stuff. Carbon for the win. This shit don't fade, dyed does. I used carbon before and it's definitely lighter. I used Galaxy films. None the same. I like the Galaxy better versus carbon all day. I think it depends on who's carbon and when you use carbon. Just like any other film, it's made pretty substantial jumps in quality and clarity, and everybody's got a different one. So just like people tell me with certain ceramics or certain dyed films, like I see some that are super ugly and some that are really good. If anything, C2 tends to be a little bit darker than a comparable dyed film from Geo anyways, but I guess it depends on whose film you're buying. They're 15 like meters at like 12. There we go. All right, let's polish up all the edges. So whenever we shrink and then cut the film out, I always go back over all the areas that I cut at the top and the bottom, lock those edges down. Then we hopefully don't have anything that pops up on the inside. If it is, it's really small and minor to fix. Put this here, jump to the other side, let's do that again. Windshields, there's always so much walking with the windshield. Lumar, I would say, is in the top 5, if not. I will watch that fade all day on my own cards. Now Carbon doesn't. Hang on, I see it. Uh-oh. Canon. We got a backup. We got a backup for this. What did I say when it comes to the windshield? Did it die? I think it's dead. Good timing, because I totally forgot. Oh my God, I need a haircut. I used 1.5 mil films my whole career and recently tried Pro Nano. That 2 mil makes it so much easier to put on a windshield. Gio knows what's up. Yeah, it's great. So I kind of figured that out when I was doing, like, I installed, one of the first films I ever installed was Lumar AT, and that was a discontinued line. That was their 1 mil dyed film, and then they switched to ATC exclusively. And so I always liked ATC for back windows and AT for side windows because the thinner film kind of made it easier to kind of manipulate it and tuck it into the side seals and stuff. It's a little thinner. But yeah, you're right, for windshields and back windows, it holds its shape a lot more. I never had like I don't know. We used ATC. I mean, eventually we would have maybe a bubbled back window come back, but I don't know. I can't remember any catastrophic problems with Lumar. But, I mean, I appreciate that part of it. Like, I never had a bad experience with Lumar. They're just always more expensive, right? Check video source. Oh, we should probably do that. Hang on. There we go. Beep, beep, beep. Now watch me not be able to plug this back in. Ha! I knew it. Too small of a connector. Plug that back in. Then we can put that back on. For those of you that have never seen this head setup before, it's kind of ridiculous. So it's a GoPro, but I have to use a HDMI transmitter, so that's why this thing is so freakishly big. There's nothing that works well for the job, so I had to make it work. All right, and then we're going to jump back in. I gave you the heads up. Oh, we were talking too much about film. Thank you, though. I use them for 10 years, and my cars are fading for sure. My airport failed twice, and now 2 different cars of mine. Eek, that sucks. They would take care of you. I mean, that's a silver lining. That's never good. And that's one of the hardest parts about all of this for us. Is like, you never know until you've really put it on your own cars. So, I can tell you I wasn't using it for that long. I was, like I said, it was one of the first films I ever installed, and I guess we never used it long enough to have a bad problem with it. It was definitely one of the easiest shrinking films that I ever installed, too. I really appreciate it for that at the time, because it was a newer installer. Oh, well, that's different. You see the fade mostly where the window's rolled up? Yeah. They won't take care of me. I didn't pay for it. Well, your old boss did it. Yeah, that's a different story. Oh. Do they give out stickers now? Oh, no, they don't. I thought they'd give out a sticker. Oh, that's cool. T-Town, we're opening up another towel of yours, actually. This is the GeoShield one, right? Or did you print these or did not? Or are these Soak Shield ones? I don't know. GeoShield sent me these. I thought this was a T-Town printed one. But it doesn't have a T-Town on it. All the other ones are dirty. I meant to wash them. So let me... Where's my push stick? Oh, was the last thing. It's the last thing I need to lose right now. I'll use something else. Can you tell I'm a little scattered? Ooh, this will work really well. Let's use this. All right, so when... Oh, dang. I wonder where they got them then. These are pretty solid, too. I don't know. So they sent me out some towel, or sent me out a towel. But everybody gets sun distributing towels, man. But yeah, this one's a pretty cool one, too. What are we doing? Okay, so part of doing a windshield is keeping everything covered up and relatively safe. Where did my other one go? So let me toss this over the seat. There it is. Okay. So let me toss these over the front seats. We're gonna have to spray a little bit of water. Ugh. So, the main thing is going to be making sure that the dash and all the electronics are well protected. Now, that can happen with an electric car. That can happen with any car nowadays because there's so many friggin' sensors and stuff on things. So, these are nice. These tuck over the seats. And then let's go grab the towel, we'll tuck that in, and my monitors are gone. And they're back. Hello, Tesla screen. Okay, that is not you. You are not red. That looks cool, though. Okay, so I'll start in the center. Scooch up. Start in the center. And then kind of flip the edge up and just do my best to try and tuck this in the front. There we go. And we'll hop over to the other side. God, there's so much walking with the windshield. Especially when you do like a lifted truck. Then you're just up, down all day. Yes, those are boxes. So those ones are empty. It would be nice to have that much film on top of all this film. But yeah, that stack over there. So they sent out new boxes, and we put them all together. Because they noticed, obviously, how I like to keep all my boxes on the sides. And they're still... They just released the new ones. So they sent some out, and they're like, hey, you can put your film in the new boxes if you want. We're still going through some old boxes, so it'll be a while before it's completely changed out. It's a nice display and a really easy way for me to do inventory, too. Then I stack the rest up back there. I've got more than that, though. There we go. So let's grab our soak shield here. So this is the other bit. Now, this depends on how much room that I have. So when I have more space on a windshield, I'll tuck a couple of different things in. So the soak shields are really good. That's the rope that we're doing right now. They're microfiber ropes that soak up a bunch of water. So when I have to spray and clean this whole thing, it's not just collecting down here and running down somewhere where I don't need it to. And the towels are really good too, obviously, because it's a highly absorbent towel. So it just keeps the surface, and you wedge it in the front. So when there's not much space to install the film on something like an Audi, I won't use both. But on a Model Y, I get a lot more space to work with, so I'm going to take advantage of it. Tuck that sucker in. Funny enough, I have no concept of time today. I've gone to my computer like 100 times. I forgot to look at the time. Okay, so that's all good. We're gonna take one more towel, throw it over the screen. I will say, I think this one's a little short in comparison. It's a nice towel, but a little short. Okay, and then this stuff. Let's see if we can throw something over that. With all that Wi-Fi equipment on your head, you'll be a good treat case. Too much exposure, you get all brain cancer. Thanks. Not the first time I've heard that. I mean, I think there's probably a similar amount from leaving your phone in your pocket. This one just looks funny because I put a 2.4 gigahertz antenna on my head. Super chat. Uh-oh. We got some spammers.
Steve Hahn super chatted $4.99.
Steve! Sorry, Steve, you just got drowned out by all the spammers. Steve with the 5, thank you. I appreciate that. Steve's doing a bunch of super chats today. I don't always point this out, just because I don't know if people want to be pointed out or not. This is Steve's car, though. I don't know if he wanted me to say that, but he said it. So thank you. I really appreciate that. It's cool of you to hang out here and watch this, too. There we go. Yeah, spam's unfortunate. Every channel deals with it, though. I've sat in on quite a few different live streams. They all get the same type. If anything, it's a good thing because that means that you're slightly more popular than not getting any attention at all. It's a good way to look at it. All right, so we got this. Let's get a scrub pad. So the last thing we're gonna do here, so we gotta clean the inside of the glass before we go to install it. So there's a lot of prep work that goes into doing a windshield if you wanna do it the right way, if you wanna do it a safe way. You'll notice there's typically a little bit more prep work that goes into a windshield versus doing a lot of other things. So even the back window, it's not as big of a concern, but the glass, it's much more, on this especially, it's much more rounded. You're always looking at your glass, always looking at your windshield. So far more goes into that here up front, just with everything that can potentially go wrong. Take 5-10 minutes, cover all your bases, do the best you can. And then, so we're gonna get it sprayed down. And then, depends on the vehicle, and the owner of that vehicle too, obviously. But the top corners especially, those are prime for, you know, oil change stickers and little things. So that's a hot spot for it. And out-of-state cars, inspection stickers down in the lower corners. You can have anything anywhere on a windshield. But it's usually not as bad as what is potentially in those spots. But I've slacked pretty hard on certain windshields where you're just rushing through a day. I remember a Ram. I was at the end of my day. It was the last window to do. Full windshield, big windshield. had residue from inspection sticker all in the lower corner that I couldn't see because the shop that I was in was super dirty. Lighting wasn't good. Finished up the job, see all that. Yikes. What's the white tape on the outside? It's called Glass Aid. Glass Aid. Maybe next time. Search that, you'll find it. Using a blade? Yeah. Razor blades are perfectly safe to run along glass. The thing is, cutting with a blade will scratch a window. But if you ever watch windshield chip repair, they'll actually take it like this and scrape it up and down the windshield. So just keep it, for surface scraping, keep it at a low angle. And you're going to want to spray like some sort of a slippery spray. And yeah, it's not going to scratch the glass. What it is going to do is going to bump off any surface things. So, and you can use any type of razor blades. So, there's no coatings. It's just glass. I thought Tesla glass was soft like Kia and Hyundai. Well, as far as I know, oh yeah, they still do. Saint-Gobain makes a glass. I have a Hyundai outside, so we can find out who the glass manufacturer is. But you can use razor blades on anybody's glass. Just don't gouge the glass. Just surface scrape. Like I said, it's just used. So if you have stickers, adhesive, a scrub pad is going to work it off eventually. It's just going to take a long time. A razor blade is very quick and clean. So for little speckles or anything that might grab the glass, especially on a windshield, it's really smart just to scrape it. You never know. Yeah, like somebody said in chat, state inspection stickers. Ugh. I'm really thankful we don't have those. Different states, different rules, different things you gotta get done and put all over the glass. Other things are like I said, oil change and car wash stickers. When I was shrinking the film, it also shrunk the glass aid. It probably wasn't sealed down right. So the first thing that I'll do, so if you just wipe off the glass with a towel, the towel will leave a lot of grease behind and some smear marks. Glass aid's not going to stick there. So it was probably released off the glass. The other thing is don't overstretch it. So while you're lining your window, the tape is stretchy. So it was overstretched and not sticking. As soon as you put heat on it, it's going to contract. Make sure everything's wiped off. So I'll actually take a bigger, wide squeegee, scrub the outside of the window, squeegee it. I found that's a perfect way to clean a window too. So it's a great way to inspect the window before you put anything on it. If you just wipe it with a towel, you can't see everything that's on that glass. I mean, you have enough stuff to look at, so it's hard to see little imperfections on the glass. When you're looking at the glass, a lot of times you're looking through it too. So I think one of the best ways to hide imperfections and stuff was take a smeary towel, just wipe the window and say, have a good day. But yeah, give it a good scrub, give it a good squeegee, then it's dry and it's very clear. You'll be able to see most imperfections and stuff. Because you really, like, first thing you want to do is check it over for potential rock chips, damage, The biggest thing for me is obvious damage, and then we get into like the little particulars, and that's going to be like little sticker residue or something that's stuck to the glass that isn't just going to squeegee right off. But most glass cleans pretty easily anyways. Most of your problems are going to come from anomalies in your installation. Either a crappy installation or just the miscellaneous thing that happened to ruin your day. All right. Could have overstretched it. Yeah, on a hot day, again, and if you put it on hot glass, that's another thing. I'd always spray it on the glass, give it a minute to cool. Actually, a few minutes. So I generally would pull in the car, spray the glass, squeegee it off. Also try and give it the opportunity to kind of cool down a little bit. And then on a hot day, you'll notice, yeah, when you pull it, you're pulling it and stretching it a little bit more than what's what's releasing from that roll. So it'll have a little stretch to it. It can have a little stretch and still stick. It's just if then you stretch it and you have a little smear or something on your window after you rough cleaned it or something, yeah, it's not ideal. %70 tint considered clear. I mean, yeah, I'd consider it clear. You can still kind of see it, but you have to explain to people that it's there. So one thing about it is the Pro Nano 70 actually has a very similar color to like the natural glass too. So it doesn't add like a dark look to it. It just keeps it very factory. We just did it yesterday, and we did it on the windshield, and he didn't have anything on the doors. You'd have to tell me that was tinted for me to realize it was tinted. It looks so good. So anywhere from like 70 up to like, I think 90. I don't know if anybody has like a 95 or 100. Even your factory glass, though, isn't clear. Your factory glass is going to meter at like 85 to 75%. They'll usually have markings that specify a little bit, but yeah, they're not going to be perfectly clear either. So when you put the film over that, like you have a 20% film that meters at 20, you put it over the factory glass, and then you put that meter over it, it's then going to meter a little bit darker. So we don't really have to worry about that here, because we kind of live in all or nothing rules. Some states, they go by a number, and if you're outside that number, then you're going to get in trouble. So those little differences matter. Your shop that you get it installed at should know, though. Let's layer that down. Squeegee that off. So this process is definitely a little different. I mean, those of you that are familiar with seeing reverse rolling know what I'm doing. But this is going to be a little different than what we did on the back window and the door windows. Back windows and door windows, on this car, I just peeled the whole thing and stuck it, slide it into place. I've got so much film that if I just peel everything, the film is going to crease itself. It's just going to bend. I'm going to get dirt in it. I'm going to have a real bad day. So instead, I do this method, which clean everything very thoroughly, take the liner, put it back down. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna roll the whole thing up like a poster. So grab that corner, kind of go at an upward angle, keep a relatively tight roll. Roll that whole sucker up. I've never liked my customers watching me tint their cars. Now I do it for fun. No, I remember, like, so the worst is not being able to explain certain things. So, or not having good measures for protecting things. And one thing that was really healthy in this channel was I hear as many consumers as I hear window tinters. So lots of people, they would see an uncovered door panel and think that I'm just ruining the interior of a car. Like, what are you doing? It's like, I'm tinting it. What do you think I'm doing? But they would see that, and they'd see all this water being sprayed, and they would say, hey, that's a problem. And I'd say, no, it's not. But one thing that I learned later on is just do things that kind of then, like, you know, you can go above and beyond and do little things that kind of settle your clients and stuff and takes out any fear that you're trying to do something and it's maybe improper to do, even though you as the installer know that it's perfectly safe. So yeah, whenever I sprayed the interiors, I never had a good solution for covering up door panels. There's just not much that sticks to a door panel. As simple as that might sound, like, oh, just cover it up. It's like, what do you want me to cover it up with? Everything I put on it falls off. Because your door panels were made to really repel lots of water and stuff, so when you own it, they stay clean. So addressing a lot of these things has really helped. And it's brought up the quality of my own work too, because then I became like extra particular. So I worked in a lot of environments where, you know, I'd get into arguments, I still really cared about the work that I did. But I wasn't given a lot of time to do a good job. So when I opened up this place, that was me actually allowing myself as much time as I needed to try and make sure I did a good job. It's been a lot of fun. All right, so again, we got this sensor doodad. So you gotta be careful around that. Aha! Uh-oh. All right. Well, it only stuck for so long, that's okay. Rather get it out of the way at this point than it be a hazard. All right. Let's get this film nice and on the window. Let's find a card here. So we gotta tuck this up. Ooh, it's already a little low. Heck yeah, I've had some of those pinch. All right. Ooh, I don't know if you can see that. There's a little gnat on the outside of the window. Imagine that sucker flying into my tint right now. I'd be really sad. Okay. Good. That seemed to go pretty damn good. Make sure all our gaps are covered again. And then since this is a light film, obviously double check the bottom edge too, because on this one, your film is actually, or the border is actually laminated into the glass on this one. So I just want to make sure that we're covered enough down. We don't see any white towel or anything. There you do. So let me just push this down a little bit more. Yes, right like that. Over on this side, looking pretty dang good. Good, perfect. Everything looks like it's lining up like it's supposed to. Once we stick this, we're not going back. Unless we mess up, and then we'll start over. Had a gnat get into my windshield in a ProMaster. Yuck. I've had the occasional bug. It's super rare if that ever happens, though. Well, I guess it depends on where you work. No, turn off, please. I felt the seat getting a little toasty. I think the heater got bumped. I've had random bugs. I've had the little floaties, so those little white floaties in like the early springtime. Those are a real big pain. So whenever you tint at a shop that keeps its doors open, that's when you get a lot of that, potentially in your window. Good. So I'm just gonna be extra careful about this. The film is still slick. So when you just get everything kind of in place, you just want to make sure nothing slides in the wrong direction. So that's all good. Depends on your windshield though. Some stick really fast. Some stay really nice and glidey. Let's make sure everything looks good. Cool. Nice. Whoa. Good, good, good. No gaps. Hell yeah. All right, I'm gonna jump over to the other side. So like I was telling the students that came in, keep an eye on your windshield. And if it starts tacking really fast, I mean, this is just a good rule for any windshield or any back window. Start in the center, work all the air bubbles and water to the outside, but keep everything kind of together. So you don't want to just start tacking an area on the side and then push a bunch of stuff through it. You just tacked it down. We're dealing with film and glue and stuff. And then once you do that, you know, we did a lot of like light tapping in certain areas. So now, second pass, you can be a little bit firmer push a little harder and go straight across everything, because now everything should be pretty fixed in place. Still keep an eye on it, but everything should be pretty fixed in place. And before it really dries out and starts tacking, just give it one reasonable push. You're smoothing it out, but you're also giving anything that you might have missed. And so when it dries, you'll have little water pockets that need to dry out with a little time, but it'll be very even overall. I see you really like the handled squeegees. Yeah, man. I mean, it's my favorite pushing style squeegee by far. Just covers a good enough space. Anything like this, I mean, I get the handles that kind of get in the way, and then just trying to get even pressure, so I end up like doing that. Also, the material on the squeegee is real hard to beat. I haven't found a better one yet. So, that all seemed really good. I didn't notice anything. Anything to be concerned about, which always makes me feel good. So let's give it a good scrub down, check it over. We got a little bit of touch up on the doors, and we'll inevitably have something on this windshield, just, you know, a little air pocket here that we can put out. So anything around the sides that needs to be pressed down. Why is 2 colors? So that's something special for that squeegee. So there's 2 hardnesses. That's not why I like it though. So squeegees come in different hardnesses, but they also come in different materials. So they've got a nice little graphic that basically shows it's a little softer on the orange side. So a really popular squeegee of theirs is called the Orange Crush. So orange side, and then another popular squeegee is called the Blue Max. So some people look at that and go, oh, it's those 2 together. I just like the material. Whatever it is, it's a different material. It's really, really nice. Good amount of pressure, slides really well. Anytime I hand it to somebody and they've been using like a Blue Max or an Orange Crush or even a Flat Out, they touch that squeegee and they're like, oh, I get it. I can try and show it on camera. It's a little glossy. So you can kind of see like there's clearly a material difference between the 2. But none of their marketing or graphics can really say that, at least that I've seen. It's been a while, old man. What's up, LKB? All right. So, I think I can breathe at this point because everything seems pretty damn good. And I'm done running around most of the car. Still running around a little bit. So we got some cleanup to do. But running back and forth, wow. That's drip marks. Whew. It's good. I'm thinking about getting V-Nano ceramic for customers. Is it legit ceramic? Okay. Is it a legit ceramic? Yes, but it's not one of their top tier ones. So the V-Nano will actually go spec for spec. And so I had a conversation. I'm like, people are saying it's got similar specs. And they're like, yeah, it does. And I was like, why? They're like, well, we had to try and choose. So they still want to offer really good products, but they wanted to make something a little bit more budget friendly. So in that case, the V Nano one just doesn't have as high grade polyesters. So what I would do is I'd pick it up and just check it out for yourself. Yeah, I hear good things about it. They have a 5-year warranty on it. So they say it should last longer than 5, but they only back it for 5, which is still plenty of time. I just never saw where it fit in my lineup, because for me, like, one big staple in window film for a lot of shops is like, everybody says everything has a lifetime warranty. It costs me nothing to say that. So everybody is just like, yeah, you know, one of the biggest things that people competed on was like, oh, I've got a 2-year film, oh, I've got a 4-year film, oh, I've got a 5-year film. Then everybody was just buying films that said lifetime warranty, and it didn't matter if they said it or not. They were still charging a little bit or a lot, and then, you know, just trying to find a way to differentiate yourself. So they'll only back it for 5 years, should last longer, but I only like to carry things that, again, have at least what would be considered a lifetime warranty. But even that, a warranty is a warranty. So if you have problems down the road, they should take care of them. I never like to take those types of risks. I just, you know, it's window film, put it on a car. I want the client to forget that it's even, like, you know, they obviously, like, think, and they shouldn't have to think anything about it. They should just like, oh yeah, my windows still look good. As maintenance-free as humanly possible. So, from day one to 5-10 years down the road, it should still look damn good, and if something happens with it, then we're taking care of it. Oh, I don't want to do that one. I want to do this one. Whew. Oh my God. This thing looks awesome. This thing turned out friggin' perfect, man. I'm really happy with this. Which I'm really glad I can say. You guys know, whenever you go through all that, you're crossing your fingers pretty hard sometimes, because inevitably we would have a hair or something here and there. They've gotten better over time. And this one is right up there. Turned out really nice. All right, more spam. So let me pull the rope, and I'm just gonna finish cleaning everything up. And then we should be all good on this. Hang up the towel. Oh, that's my other light. There it is. Duh. I remember putting it there. I just forgot I had it there. Yay. Looks good. Any good 25? No, none that I know of. Everybody goes from like 35 down to 20. I'm sure somebody's got something in that range. I just don't know what I would shop around for. We were just talking about that earlier. I'd like something in like the 28 to like 30% range. $3M, if you can get it. But you can't buy it online. Yeah, exactly. Anything good that you can get. 3M, you got to be an authorized dealer. And then there's territories, so you got to go to the right distributor that's servicing your territory. And I don't even know what it is at this point. You wouldn't think it'd be so hard, but it is. Little nub in here. Cool. Looking good. Same thing with up here. Attempting to tint your windshield for the first time. Good job, or good luck. Have you done doors and stuff? Windshields are a whole nother animal, but just follow what we do here. That's what we did with the classes. No different. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. See, it's much easier to do stuff like that when it's really dry. I just wish I had a more universal solution for framed ones. Having trouble cutting the edges though. What now? What you looking for? A pen? Oh yeah, right there. Having trouble cutting the edges. Well, I mean, at the very least, if you use a light, shine it through the glass, should be pretty easy enough to see all the edges, and then just, you're gonna take a solid knife, use a stainless steel blade like we talked about, take that blade, put it out as far as you can. I need to swap out this blade. So like I'll usually have about that much blade out when I cut, just keep a low angle, and just take your time. No need to rush on that. Any good recommendations on a mobile peel board? No, I hear some guys carrying around like plexi and stuff. Mobile peel board for me was the car. I never saw a reason to carry around a peel board. It just takes up a lot of space. And then when you really realize that the car is just as much of a peel board because it's all glass as a glass peel board, then you just use the car instead. You got peel boards around the whole car. All right. Again, let's check this. It's all good. Probably a little bit more here. A little hairline. Woo! It's nice. Very nice. Do that. That's all good. Nothing down here. Okay. Now when we button this up, how do I not have either of them? Close these up one at a time. We got another card to do. But I'm gonna do that off stream. I got work stuff to do. Okay, so this is all good, nice. So I always make sure everything is as locked down as I can. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna open the handle. Pretty self-explanatory. Sometimes you have to unlatch it. You can either do that from the inside, usually from the outside handle. Just make sure it unlatches itself as you go. And then window drops down. Whenever everything's good, should all close up nice and clean. This is all good. Probably that edge. Just make sure that corner. Nice. Woo! Looking good. Everything all good? I think so. Quarter window's good. Same thing on this. Make sure everything's all nice. I want to see a Model X shield. I'll be honest, I'll probably not do one live if I inevitably get one. There's some windows out there I would love to show. Again, it'd be the first time I'd be doing one of them. They are a big project. So maybe I would, but maybe I wouldn't. Have I done one? No. No, not yet. Thankfully. You know, there's just those really difficult jobs that you're going to get that you're just like, oh, I don't want to do it. So, definitely one of the hardest cars to do out there, period, as far as like windshields go. And it'll help if you have an extra set of hands. So somebody to like support one side as you're doing it. But I mean, that was kind of the thing about the Model 3. I did a Model 3. The first one I did, I didn't have a lot of info going into it. They were still pretty new. And then a lot of tinters started doing them. They became super popular. A lot of info came out for them. So we kind of adapted things, figured out a really good way to do it. So there's been a fair amount of stuff out there for the windshield at this point. I don't know, it's such a notable, difficult piece of glass. And I'm like, I'm happy not to do one, but I guess if I get one, we'll figure it out. Alrighty. So here we have 50 on the windshield. We did 5 on the front doors, and then we got 20 over the back to even that out. 20 over the factory privacy, and then that roof blends in really nicely with everything because it's essentially 5 out of the factory. PMS, we're the guys. Super cool company. They're a brick paver company in Michigan. Check out their YouTube channel too. Just give them some love there. Tell them I sent you over. They don't have a crazy big YouTube channel or anything, but just if you're interested in seeing some of the work and why I actually like these people a lot, they have some cool projects and stuff. So I was really happy that they brought this one in. Yeah, cool people. So, looks super, super nice. Very happy with how this one turned out. So, yeah. Good stuff. Canon. Whoa, why is that up there? You see how this camera starts to just fall off my head, too? Whoa. Good stuff. He needs to tighten that up, I guess. I didn't get a haircut. Good Lord. Is it X3 hard? I mean, no, not really. Not from what I've seen. I've never done confuse it with the 3 Series. Any of the BMW, the X3, the X5, those have generally been easy, pretty straightforward to do. I don't know if there's anything difficult about the new ones, but yeah, shouldn't be too bad. For some reason, I had trouble getting a good cut on the edges of the new Broncos lately. Bummer. I actually haven't done a new Bronco. Those are frameless too, though, so they'll be similar style door windows to these. Model Y is essentially straightforward when it comes to the Teslas. Yep. So it's a little more challenging than the Model S. So the Model S is all frameless doors, but just smaller windows. Pretty easy car to do. And then the Model Ys are the step up from that, kind of like the Model 3, but the hatch glass is much smaller, and then you have this big roof glass here. So as long as you're doing all the sides and the rear, decent sized windshield. It's pretty big, but still a 36-inch roll will cover it. And then from there, Model 3, and then the Model X, really. Alrighty, we should shout out some super chats. Wow, it's 3. Oh, damn. Time went by. How long was that? 4 hours. Yeah, that's about right. 4-hour stream. Always cut it all the way around, just slightly too big on one side. How do I fix that? So if you just cut it as is, it is going to be a little big. What you need to do is actually shorten one of your sides. So I cut the flat side, and then I would shift it back over to the right, just a smidge, and then cut the rest of it, and everything should line up a little bit. Otherwise, put it on the inside, and then you're going to have to shave it all off on the inside. But that's how you do frameless. You always got to shorten them up a little bit. And it's kind of, you're kind of guesstimating. So you cut the flat edge and then shift it over like a 1/16 of an inch, like not much at all, but just enough. So you're kind of eyeballing it, and you just want to keep it straight. Yep. Do you do that on all frameless like the Mustangs Challengers? Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep, that's generally how I've done it. Because, yeah, if you shift it on the inside, usually the top edge is going to overlap, or you create a little bit more of a gap somewhere, because you just want the same cutout just a little bit smaller. The top of that glass is slightly raised all the way around, so it needs to be slightly shorter all the way around. So if you cut on one of the flat edges, shift that over, cut the top, then all of a sudden that'll fit within that little window there. All right, we're going to shout out some super chats. And then I got to end the stream because I got another car I got to knock out. All right, so big shout outs to Steve, DC Custom, Steve, Jario, Daknez. Thank you guys so much for all the support today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, frameless, yeah, I like, if you go back to this, that's how I cut it out. So I cut the one side, shifted it over, and then cut the rest of it. Or if I cut the whole thing, then I forget, and then I'll shift it back or shift it one way, trim it off a little bit more. Like, you could do it a couple different ways. The goal is to make it just slightly smaller than all the edges, though. So that's where a lot of guys like to just, you know, if you put it on the inside, dry it out, and then shave the whole window on the inside. If you can do that really nicely, then you can have a perfect edge without having to do that little guesswork. All right, my dudes, I got some extra work to do. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Hope you enjoyed the Tesla. It was a good one. All right, and yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Bye.